Hello and welcome everyone. Sorry, no Victoria free today because yeah, Lena can't be here today for personal reasons. On short notice, so we had to switch to Helldivers because we didn't have anything else to change upon. So I guess more democracy defending with Agonia,
Hey.
and Room, and Zep later.
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Eventually.
But yeah, we were in a conversation and I want to finish it. Like, you have to imagine, Ruben, you have now the ability to share your virtual game data with someone else, but only one, and while they have it, you can't have access to the game even though you own it.
I mean, that's a bit like Steam family sharing.
Yes and no.
No. As long as you lend it to them, you can't. Not as long as they play it. That would be family sharing. It's even worse. And even the family sharing thing is kind of stupid. It's like, why not?
No, I actually quite like it.
I mean, they have weird restrictions. It's like...
Yes, and I'm just saying it could be way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've got to bring your developers on board, and I think this is like... I think this is the compromise you kind of had to make, basically, with Steam family sharing.
Kind of.
Like, limited number of people, limit the rate, like...
Yeah, I mean, that's the...
It's meant to be actual sharing between family.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Like, the thing is, and I think we just need to point this out. Companies do not want games to be shared. They literally want that every single person has to buy their own copy.
Ideally.
And there are some companies who realize that you're not going to get away with that, or, with just gutting physical altogether and stuff like that. I mean, dunking on that absolutely stupid DRM plan that Microsoft made with the Xbox One was like a whole marketing thing for Sony. If you remember that, it was brutal.
But that was back in the times when DVDs existed.
They still exist. That's still a thing. Like, the physical market is still pretty big, especially in Europe. The thing is just with digital ones, they really want to just people not. Yeah, they want everyone to buy it separately, but also not own them because licenses. So like, while they could make sharing much easier and just like if you're in a group, everyone can just access it, which would come out. That's irony. That wouldn't actually lead to a lot more. Like, a few people would definitely be like, I shared around with one or two people all the time, and like, true, but also, hell, even in the Switch online group that we have, I don't think if everyone would, for example, be able to play Bayonetta, that they would that because I own it digitally, that they would actually all just start playing Bayonetta all of a sudden. That's the weird part. People, even with physical, they do not actually share a lot of games around. They do it from time to time. It's just a paranoia because everyone, all the companies do want in the end that, everyone is like, oh, no, you need to buy your own copy. No matter if people even would like to buy a copy. Well, and again...
Well, what's the whole point of a company? To return value to shareholders.
Yeah, that's why they want that. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. They want to make the most money possible. That makes sense. I mean,
important thing here, I would say a few companies have realized the fact that there are games that people would play, but not pay for, period. But if they are actually able to play them, they might actually buy the game or the sequel. Because, that's the thing. You do not get people to buy games they do not know anything about. Like, for example, I do not need to pirate or check the next Battlefield game. I would buy it in general, but otherwise, the current Assassin's Creed game is like interesting. If I had it, I would play it, but I would not spend money on it because right now I have no feeling for that series. I cannot tell you if I would like to play that. I just don't have, any emotional connection to it. And that's key. Yeah, like, the thing is just Nintendo is so far behind in terms of how the world thinks. Like, they're probably just realizing now, oh, wait. People want to share games. And they overcomplicate things because they think they need to find a solution, even though there was already a solution. And also they do not want to make it easy because they think if they make it too easy, all their digital games will be pirated. Not realizing that, no, a lot of people will only play games,
But the digital games are pirated by themselves.
That's also a thing that,
I mean, technically they can do that because they own the.
Yeah, but it's still...
I know, but they didn't do those virtual games themselves, since you can... Like, people have cracked open the code of those, specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And there are code snippets in there that were obviously added later to make them work with certain emulators.
Yeah.
So you know that Nintendo just downloaded the ROM from the websites they closed.
It's like,
I mean, to be fair, it saves labor costs.
It does.
True,
it's just...
also, you got to remember the amount of companies that download legal stuff now is pretty large. I mean, did you guys hear about, was it Meta downloading the entirety of like Sci-Hub and all that?
No, I didn't hear about that yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, to train their AI, because
obviously,
they download like digital let's say digital libraries of pirated content, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So like Sci-Hub, book places and stuff to get PDFs of books and stuff like. Yeah, basically they downloaded like. I think it was in the order of terabytes of books and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Their main argument against the lawsuit right now is that they didn't seed them and they didn't use company property to download these. And they didn't do it on the company site. Other than that, they do admit they downloaded them and like pirated them. But,
but they just really want to get an excuse that they can do it, but like, yeah.
And it's also funny because like in the emails, like they've been subpoenaed, obviously. In the emails, the employees are like, I don't think this is very ethical. I'm really too sure about this. I'm not super comfortable about this. And their bosses are just like, do it.
I mean, do you want to keep your job?
Like, no, literally, it's like in the chat, in the emails, the employee's like, I don't think pirating this and all this stuff in this way is the most ethical way to do this.
Yeah.
I don't think this is legal. I'm sure the lawyers weren't too happy about seeing that. Literally.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nintendo probably...
Sorry. Also, have you guys been following the whole Signal chat thing?
Oh god, yeah, I posted it on here. It's
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, you looked at them and you were like, yep. And there goes the last bit of European-American relations. They're gone now. Just nope. It's I like.
Well, no, not even that. I mean, it's just. I'm surprised that there isn't like an IQ test for a politician. Also, like the Pete Hegseth, he didn't actually go through proper security clearance.
Yeah.
He didn't go through proper security training.
Yeah.
There's this thing where I'm pretty sure there's this thing where like. If he passes, like Trump gives him like just a like preliminary clearance, but they keep the preliminary clearance and don't actually go through proper training and stuff like that. Basically,
I mean, it probably wouldn't stick anyway.
I mean, yeah, true.
I mean, duh. Yeah.
But it's. I like they've given that sort of stuff to Musk as well and all that, but it's kind of funny because if any single other person in the government did half the stuff that they were doing, they'd be fired on the spot.
Yeah.
I saw some chatter where people were like, literally, I'd be in the brig if they I mean, yeah, quite a lot of government workers are using Signal right now because,
By the way,
I mean, Signal itself isn't like really the problem.
It's a fine.
It's like
a fine
people
thing,
using
yeah.
it.
It's just
yeah, it's fine people using. Well, it's even more funny because the Trump administration is trying to crack down on people like, texting on Signal to each other, at or government employees, because they're not going to use government channels for that because, they've been cracking down on employees that are slightly critical, obviously, or say anything that could be constrained as quote unquote DEI. So yeah, that's right. One sec. Yeah, but
So let's see. We need to. By the way, I'm just taking the 80mm barrage because I didn't make it too high for the first round. Just
Which level is this?
just 6.
6.
Yes.
Aww.
You know why?
Because I'm sad.
No, I did it because then we can actually get into the groove again. We wait for Zep and stuff like that.
Sonia, everything doesn't have to be a challenge. You can just play a game for fun.
Challenges are
easy.
fun. See, that's the problem when you argue with fun. It can be anything.
Agonia, just because
do you
you're
mean?
OP doesn't. You have to drag us into the shit. Because we're terrible at this game.
You know what? I try all lasers right now a bit.
Just try all lasers. Okay.
Yes. It's not that hard anyway, so who cares? Oh, well. Yeah. As I said, we could all... if people reacted earlier, we could have really done Borderlands.
Yeah, we could have done Borderlands.
Yeah, we could kill the guy that is the closest to... seriously, it's kind of amazing how close Handsome Jack is to Elon Musk. He fucking pesters you with terrible jokes. It's not even jokes.
How do you unselect the... How do you unselect the icon thing?
You mean your
I can't
stratagems?
The stratagems, sorry. Yeah.
You generally close the menu of them, and then you select the stratagem you want to replace.
Oh, is it because that was one that was... No, I don't want to. It's been a while since I've played.
That's fine. It's fine.
Why didn't it let me select any other to replace that one?
Good question. I don't even know what that is. It seems... Oh, it's that one. Orbital Precision Strike, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to unselect the precision strike so I can, pick something else.
For me, it's...
Also, I can't...
You can't?
Maybe the game's glitched.
Well, then let's get out again.
Yeah. Thank you, sorry. It's just...
What can you do?
Okay.
I think...
Let's try it this time.
Yeah. The whole this is illegal situation probably also happened at Nintendo, and their hypes were probably just do it, otherwise Miyamoto will announce Pikmin 5 before Pikmin 4 is out.
Pikmin 4 is out.
Yeah, but back then...
Yeah, probably.
You know the guy, okay?
I know. Also, by the way, about the whole, how's it called? Signal thing. Did you see that, just a bit later, the German magazine Der Spiegel, we're from Hamburg.
Oh yes, I saw exactly that.
They just found all the details of the government officials online. So...
Well, it's not unheard of because, data brokers are going to have all this sort of information. They don't have GDPR over there as well, so...
Also the Russian...
But this is extensively bad. If your phone numbers and login details are freely available online, that's bad.
At the same time, we also have a Russian spy plane over, I think, German waters.
Yeah. Before Rügen.
It was shut down, yeah.
Not shut down. They escorted it back to Kaliningrad.
Oh, they were nice.
They were nice. Yeah, but Russian spy plane without.
To be fair, I think that's the right move Because
Yes.
I think you guess too.
Yeah.
What Russia wants right now is to escalate to get other countries into the war actively.
Yeah.
So that they can mobilize and Putin can strengthen his position.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing. Like, it's gonna be a Hail Mary. Like, the thing is, sorry, you dragged even half of NATO in your fucking toast at this point.
But he's toast at the top.
Yeah. But, yeah.
Honestly, I think we should bring back. You know, do you remember like back in like 1700s and stuff like that? They used to have privateering, right?
Mm-hmm. You mean PMCs?
No, privateering.
I mean, what were privateers when, if not like early forms of PMCs? We're kind of, you know...
PMC privateer, I'm talking about privateering. Anyway, so the idea is like Russia relies significantly on its shadow fleet, basically, of tankers and stuff like that to move oil, like, to India so it can be refined, then sold, obviously, to the West,
heavily, even though
as a way to sell oil, basically. So what I think we should do is like privateer it, basically. Why am I stuck on the bloody trash can? Oh, there we go.
Because the trash can is confused. Oh no.
Yeah, go up to Somalia like, hey pirates, it's your time.
You could pay them.
No, I think just, you know, privateer it. Like,
yeah,
it's a shadow ship.
As I said, go to the Somalians.
Don't go to the Somalians. Don't help them.
No, help them.
Bring back the good old British privateers. You know, the British, the French, the Spanish.
Yeah, but they don't have
the
boats.
Age of Sail, obviously. You could even like dress up as like One Piece and take over the ship.
No, just bring back. Wait, no, don't go there. Don't go there. Who? Ruben.
They're fine.
Yeah, but you were running into a hell bomb.
Yeah, One Piece doesn't have a consistent clothing style. Say it like that.
Yeah.
Like I haven't watched One Piece in a decade.
Yeah, that's why I'm just telling you. So because you obviously don't know for whatever reason. It's fine. You don't need to know.
I think I watched One Piece Red. Because, you know, Ado, obviously.
It's not even canon. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I mean, no, I think Somalia would be fine, you know? You can actually help them re-establish some power there, get some money into the economy again, and you know...
Yeah, I wouldn't want to support the Somalians. They already make life hard enough in the...
I mean, Somalian piracy is basically over. Let's just be real here.
Still happens occasionally.
Yeah, true, but if we make them freebooters, basically, then it's fine. Then they only attack the Russians.
Give them licenses.
Is this even legal?
You know what? Yes. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Is it legal? Yeah, but here's the big asterisk. Like, keep in mind, this is legal, but you're not in a time anymore where,
legal doesn't matter anymore. You've seen half the stuff Trump has done, so...
I mean, fair point,
honestly.
yeah.
True, but, like, he only gets away with it because he's Trump, you know?
Yeah.
If people think you have a brain, then...
I mean, the thing is also
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That's very insensitive to people who are missing parts of their brain, technically. Trump is way worse.
Yeah, he's just egocentric.
Yeah.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
It's like, I don't even know how to describe such a person.
Old, arrogant as fuck, and with too much power.
I mean, I guess. It doesn't feel...
Is it schizophrenia?
No.
Was it schizophrenia or
no? I would not say. He's just old.
That's something.
Like, that's that. I wouldn't be like, oh, does he have anything? No, he's old and
I
arrogant.
should not have bought explosive weapons.
Why is my game
That was
lagging?
a bad idea.
Because a game from the last decade got an update, so it's less stable than before. Oh,
What?
there was a Tesla tower.
Oh, okay.
It didn't saw
Ooh,
it.
Tesla.
Yeah.
Eee. God, it reminds me. We're watching a few Doctor House episodes again. Bam. They you know, when he has his tournament arc on the how's it called, on the whiteboard, not whiteboard, blackboard. He wrote Tesla was robbed, which is like the innocent times when Tesla still meant a very prominent scientist.
Nikola Tesla.
Yes. And not, was not an, a company, was connected to a dickweed. A disgusting dickweed, I might add. But also, hey, Tesla sales are down 94% in Germany. No one wants to buy these things.
Oh, and also the UK's, I think, likely to turn off. So you know how there's like subsidies for electric cars and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're probably going to remove that for Teslas because tariffs. Do you know how you put was it a 25% tariff on all cars outside? Because that's a smart idea. Make the American economy work even not work at all.
I mean, it soon will probably collapse.
I don't think collapse, but a recession is probably coming. Which is just bad for everybody.
Recession,
international trade.
Yeah, trade war is always bad for everyone. But what can you do? They started it.
Objective nearby.
I can't call down a hell bomb here. For whatever reason.
Oh, there was a harvester behind me.
Oh, no, I can.
Calling in a hell bomb. Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters.
Yeah, these weapons aren't meant to go together. I've got the grenade pistol and the grenade crossbow.
Yeah,
Not a good combination.
you cannot use one or the other.
Yeah, not both. Especially not in urban areas, because I'm surprised I haven't killed myself yet.
It's so funny that they said they increased performance in urban areas, but then they are like, oh yeah, but the AI was reworked, so whoops.
Reinforcements on the way.
Also, what the fuck is with this Studio Ghibli AI stuff?
That's just literally them being
managed
shitty.
Was it ChatGPT they added
OpenAI, yes.
OpenAI? That's
I mean,
it.
like, here's the thing. From a very direct standpoint, it is just creatively bankrupt because, it just ignores the fundamental reality that they just want this filter and see some worth in it because of the people who,
did you see was it the Trump Studio Ghibli?
No,
The-
and
from
I
the
don't.
White House.
I'm not even interested in that. It's just like the thing is why they're doing why they're using this specific art style is very simple. Miyazaki, the founder of Studio Ghibli, hates AI. They're pushing this to try to humiliate them. This is targeted. They could have chosen any other style, but they chose the one from the guy that really hates AI. Yeah.
I mean, he's very much a humanist, Miyazaki. Like he's very pro-human, like very,
I
very
mean, that's
pro-environment, which is kind of the opposite of all the.
I mean, yeah,
AI
but like
stuff.
also
Yeah,
he had
kind
a
of a
famous
necessity.
I mean, he literally made like, what's it? You've got Princess Mononoke. You've got the Raccoon Bond. You've got. Yeah, so many are based in nature and
Castle in the Sky is probably a very famous
Castle in
one.
the Sky,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
very
yeah.
much.
No, that's the thing. Like he is very pro-environmentalist and very much against AI. Like people actually showed him like some AI models, and he described them as an insult to life itself. So yeah, when it's about why are they doing trying to copy Studio Ghibli, it's not only because of the prestige of Studio Ghibli, it's also because again Miyazaki fucking hates AI and his and they want to make an example of him. That's also that should just be said clear as day. This was because of him. They attack him because he hates them. I mean, aside from the fact that, they're literally stealing shit.
I mean,
Like, that's not...
they have to, otherwise they couldn't make AI that can do it.
What happened to the the lawsuits that were going on with OpenAI?
They're still going on, and they're basically still arguing, oh no, we should be allowed to just steal content from other
Just
people.
slow.
Yeah, as usual. Did Sepp say something when he's late or something?
He said he's later,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Said that, I think I told you that.
Yeah, he did. Said it in a group chat.
Yeah, because he's still out with his family. I know, heresy, how can you?
Spending time with his loved ones. How dare he?
Yeah. I mean, not that I might be doing the same in May, spoiler. Yeah,
I mean, it's not even like you're spending time with loved ones right now, obviously.
Oh,
Ew,
yeah, but
ew,
like,
you hate us all.
No, I'm making the pro gamer move. I have my loved ones be gamers.
You
Yes.
said the evil word.
Yes, gamers, TM. Not the good German word, Telespieler.
Is that like a tailor
No,
spiel? Or
It's from television.
television. Television. So and Spiel is game. So, when they came out, they were called Telespiel at the time. So nowadays people just kind of say that. Wait, is that a volcano erupting? That's a volcano erupting. So yeah, in German circles, they people nowadays say like jokingly that Telespieler because capital G gamer has been
Tainted.
yeah.
Oh, by the far right, I'm guessing. Oh god. Always then.
I think the gamers are just tainted by themselves. Not only the far right, but the far right is here.
Tankies haven't completely. Actually, I'm wondering. Who has tainted more stuff, the far right or the far left?
The far right. At this point, the far... Like, you know what? Tankies can be annoying. Like, oh god, some tankies live in their own fucking
completely.
world. This is just like... but here's the
fucking
thing.
unpleasant.
Let me just be clear here. Most tankies, I can still get along with the fact that they still want to kill the fascists. So, it's...
In my experience, often they're siding with them.
That's Nazbolts then.
Inadvertently.
Those are the nice bolts. Like, there are still tankies who are more like, wait, fascism is bad. So, it's...
Tell that to Corbyn. Twat.
Corbyn.
I think he also switched on that, but he...
No,
Yeah,
he's
the
not.
old- He still says
No, he's not.
support Russia?
He's still pro-Russian, yeah.
I don't know, I haven't heard of the guy in like a long time. I know a lot of stuff
Wasn't
was
this the-
overblown from him, about him.
Was it the Burger King guy? Or?
No,
No,
I don't think it...
No, that's the one that's the guy that ran for Prime Minister in the UK from the Labour Party.
During the whole Brexit period, basically. 2016 to 2020.
My memory with British politics is very thin. Yes, they
I remember German politics. How can't you remember amazing, brilliant British politics in all its greatness?
I don't want to sound insensitive, but they all look the same in their politics. I can't remember them.
You know what? Let's just be very clear here, okay? I remember German politics. Oh, how hard! 16 years of Angela Merkel. That is so hard to remember. How many premiers did you have in that time? 25? No, wait, 38 or something. You changed them by the fucking week.
13. So
it's still too
during
much.
the Merkel presidency, we had 5.
Yeah.
Do you hear yourself?
We had David Cameron, we had Theresa May, we then had Boris Johnson, then Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, and then now Keir Starmer.
I remember the letters.
Labour.
The letters was fun.
Yeah, like, Ruben, do you hear yourself? That is just too much.
You know what, as far as actually, no, Australian politics has been surprisingly more stable, actually.
Like, we had nice 16 years of stability, and you're just, like, eating from one premier to another.
But we had bad stability. So it was Merkel.
It was at least stability. At least it wasn't Friedrich Merz in the fucking government. No, that's not Merz. Christian Lindner. Fuck Christian Lindner. He's out now. Hooray! Death to the FDP.
The concept, by the way,
it's not been too bad on some stuff. At least on defense, it's pretty good.
You know,
infrastructure.
There's a certain possibility that he might not even become chancellor.
Is that or coalition government?
No.
Still going on.
Yeah, because basically the thing is, he has to make a coalition with the SPD, and the SPD right now is held by someone who is way more left than Scholz. And the guy also realized one thing. Hey, we can make demands. We're very clear on some points. No worries. That's how the 500 million, the 500 million basically happened because...
It's not 500 million.
500 billion happened because, basically everyone agreed to be like, yeah, I guess that's fine. Which it is. We kind of needed that anyway. But, for
There's still
example...
no actual government. There's still no,
it's currently they're currently working it out. The thing is more like, Merz kind of wants to have a bit more restrictive immigration policy, but also huge parts of his own party are like, no, don't do that. We don't want that, because turns out his party is a lot of capitalists, and the capitalists are like, actually, we need better immigration. What the fuck are you talking about? So
isn't that what freedom of movement's for?
Yes, and so there is actually a good.
No, what I mean is, you quite often when you talk about immigration, you talk about immigration out with the EU. So
yeah, that's one thing.
Countries, basically.
Yeah, that's one thing. It's just.
Oh, they've been treated.
I mean, there are countries like Denmark who are basically just ignoring that, and a bunch of them are doing that right now. For example, also Hungary. But hey, Hungary might be gone soon. Fuck Orban. That is probably the funniest part about that. Also, one of the reasons why I feel Russia actually might want to escalate, because his European lackeys are losing, hard. There are protests in Serbia and Hungary and
Turkey.
I mean, yes. I
think it's well
Erdogan is not the thing is, Erdogan is not really,
he's his own little dictator.
He's his own. You just killed. Almost. Don't step on me.
Sorry.
And
it's the Max.
What the fuck? I thought you just zapped me.
No.
You just zapped me.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
There was a thing behind you, so I was like...
here's a thing I want to point out though. Like, here's the thing. Turkey's current thing is, while basically all the big European countries, like in Germany, it's more like, they're like, okay, wait, like we have a lot of, Turkish diaspora here, so they're basically more like on the fence, but like basically every other big nation is like, we condemn what Erdogan is doing, and they just sit there being like, oh wow, all the problem children of the EU have, potential government upheaving protests all at the same time. How convenient that this might just solve all the EU's problems all in one go. And without the nasty implications of a coup. How useful. Listen, I am not saying that, I'm not saying the EU is staging these, but like, they're definitely supporting them, is what I'm saying.
You're being conspiracy theorist again.
Okay, Ruben?
I mean, supporting, they should. If they don't support them, they should.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. I'm just saying, the Russians, I get it. But also Turkey, every problem child at once? Especially now, that,
It's not like that all these countries have massive problems and that.
Oh yeah, sure, they have.
Are doing nothing but
Oh,
delaying.
True, that's a thing.
Actually, no, they're just making the problem worse.
I totally agree with that. It's not that I'm like, oh hey, this came out of nothing. Absolutely not. It's more like, I just find it interesting.
Protests spread massively. You remember the Black Lives Matter protests?
Oh yeah,
in like 2021.
I know.
Spread
It's just
worldwide. Protest spreads, especially when there's a quite large amount of the population that are like,
yeah. I mean,
all these authoritarians, they're kind of pieces of shit, and they're ineffective, and they're incompetent.
oh yeah. I will say this. There is a very large. It's just, I find it fine. You can be a bit, but like it's one of those
Full
cases.
sentences.
You can be a bit a conspiracy. I don't know. I don't think it's a full.
I said full sentences.
I don't know the word.
Then don't speak.
Okay, I'd say you can be a bit like, hey, isn't this a bit convenient? But like, I don't know. I don't know if it's, as you said, it can spread. That's true. It's still interesting that it just happens all at once right now. So,
Actually, if you I mean, if you want to see incompetence, look at Turkey's central bank. Erdogan literally hired his cousin.
I know.
Or something like, I know he hired one of his family members.
Yes, I know. And
then he fired him because he was being too competent.
I know that.
Or something like, I can't remember the exact details.
The guy is a bus driver. He like, the thing is, they found out that he was technically not even allowed to be president of Turkey. But like, the thing is, yeah, I don't know. It's just, I find it a bit interesting that it happens. I find it a bit, I like to joke about that because, like, just so you know, I'm not like, oh, this is bad and we should stop doing that. Like, no, you know what? Those fuckers are getting what they're doing, and if the EU
deserve,
do they get what they deserve, and if the EU is actually behind some of them. I would rather say it's high time that they actually did something, because, like, it is might sound harsh, but holy shit, the EU has let Hungary do its the whole thing for way too long, way too fucking long. Like, there should not be a discussion about that. Okay. you know? We shouldn't be discussing the fact that, you know, the fact that Hungary is just broke. Like, you know what the irony about this is? Hungary right now is in even deeper shit because of Germany.
Oh, did they finally cut off aid to
No,
Hungary?
it's actually worse for
Aw.
Hungary. It's
Boo,
actually
they
worse.
should do it.
Okay,
Smoke them out.
we're fixing. Here's the thing. Remember, in the EU, if a nation takes on debt, it goes through all the banks in the EU. Okay? So,
Does Hungary use euro as well?
yeah, no, but they don't use euros. They probably will in the future, but the thing is, they still need to lend from the banks in Europe because they're part of the European Union. That's how they also spread, you know, how to spread debt and how they, where you can get debt from. Here's a key. Debt from certain countries is still worth more than from other countries. So, if a big country does some debt, let's say, I don't know, Germany gets 500 billion euros in debt. That is
It pushes interest rates up.
yeah.
Sorry,
that
it
is-
pushes
Oh, yeah. What?
it's called
Oh
the
God!
UK growth rates, but
Wait.
basically.
I accidentally called down an eagle 500k.
I'm just like, wait, what is that? My brain just for a second was like smoke bomb. No, run.
Basically, technically, you're selling debt, and since Germany is selling debt,
Yeah.
like the priority to buy debt from other countries goes lower.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the thing.
It pushes up their rates as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the problem is Hungary is currently the EU country with the most debt because they're running a deficit because Orban, you know, wanted to have like fancy football stadiums in his hometown. And shit like that, if you remember.
It's almost like authoritarians aren't competent.
most of
Yeah.
the time,
And that's the thing.
they can be, but they tend not to be.
Hungary right now has simply a giant deficit and is literally inside of the it literally has to face the problem that whoops, our credit is now just worse. They don't want to buy it anymore because, you know, France and co did sometimes use, get debt, but the gigantic amount, Germany took on a huge amount of debt. The price spiked, and I mean quite literally spiked. So yeah, he's in deep shit, and that's just simply because everything that might have, could have even been, in a sense, planned for in
Manageable.
manageable in a normal year, is just has just vaporized overnight because again, overnight Germany just tanked the whole fucking price.
To democracy! Rare sample acquired!
It's not tanked, it's raised the price of borrowing
Yes.
and of debt interest.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
interest rates are high, and depending on how Hungary structured its debt, a certain debt is linked to a specific interest rate just for that debt, and other debts are linked to the interest rate set by the central
Yeah.
bank, basically. So
And I mean, Hungary has mismatched a fuck ton of things. Like, for example, they did want, for example, to get their rail infrastructure back in order, which they didn't because they were just shit. If you remember, okay. Have you heard of the Hungarian Intercity project?
no, never heard of it.
Okay, basically, the Hungarian Ministry of Transportation decided one day they needed their own intercity, rail program for Hungary. And their plan was to have an intercity rail program built in Hungary, and their whole goal was to have intercity. They had no goal. They just literally started building it.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, but here's the thing: what would you need to build, a new fleet of, say, intercity trains?
You need the rails. You need the trains.
Oh, wait, no, you need. Their plan is to build a train.
A single one.
No, they were planning to building a train. A train to export. You know? Yeah. They wanted to build their own dedicated cars. Railway cars and such.
You mean they wanted to produce trains and wagons to export to other countries?
Yes.
Not to export with them, but to export
To
them.
other countries, but also mainly to use on their own railway system. Meaning,
You need to
what happens-
decide what they
they
wanted
mainly
to
wanted to use them on their own railway system and then export. Because, for example, if you look at, they basically looked at Austria and were like, hey, Austria is also not that big of a country, so they don't, you don't actually need that big of a high-speed railway network. You just need, basically, an intercity network that is good. And the Austrian Railjet is the best. Okay, something killed me. Also, hi bot and bye bot. Like, yeah, I don't know how much you know about the Railjet in
Just
Austria.
assume I don't.
Okay, basically, it's a push-pull configuration. So, a classic train setup. You have a locomotive, you have wagons, and you have a control card at one end. So you can actually, you don't need to change the direction of the train. You can just drive them out in the other direction again. Push-pull system, as said. The Austrian Railjet is really fucking good. As in, they are all connected. They always stay connected. They have a full. By the way, did you get my samples?
Sample acquired.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. They are always linked together. They usually just exchange a locomotive. So if they can easily be like, oh, we have a problem right now with the locomotive. We just exchange that. No problems.
I'm trying to find the console here, but I don't find it.
I'm coming. And it's just really well designed. For certain, and especially considering, they're going outside of Austria a lot of times as well, it just makes a lot of sense because they can still be very, very fast, but they're just more modular, So like, you want a railjet going into Italy, you just need a locomotive that can run on Italian tracks. That's that, Like, the whole system was so good that, the new ICE train type is also a push-pull configuration. But also low
It makes
floor.
sense.
Yeah, it push-pull is really good. Like, so good. And, like, again, everyone thought, oh, we will have multiple unit trains, which are good for a lot of setups. But the classic push-pull ones are still also really, really good if you know where to use them. And again, the Austrians showed that they were really, really fucking good. Ruben,
Requesting orbital.
Yeah.
watch out. There's an orbital
Yes,
AT
sir.
barrage coming. But, yeah.
Oh, you're killing civilians. How nice.
Oh. I just wanted to kill the,
You're killing the natives.
I mean, the zombies are technically also natives. If you count the civilians as natives, then the zombies are also natives, probably.
New mag.
my brain wants to say something very cursed, but no.
Do it.
They're killing the voteless. They're eating the Illuminates.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Well, I have worse things on my mind, so it's fine.
But yeah, basically, that kind of train is good, really good. Again, proven concept, very adaptable, and Hungary was like, we want to have that too. Sounds great, right? You need to keep in mind, the Railjet works really well because it was basically designed around everything the Austrian rail network needs. As in, where it can drive.
Also, didn't they actually have the tracks before built as well?
I mean, yeah, sure, but Hungary still has a solid, Hungary has a solid system. They just need to update their fleet, basically. We're here, I just don't have anything to kill the thing with.
That's not where you're even supposed to be. You have to be where I am and secure the route for the civilians, not where the fuck you are. It's like...
Bag's empty.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Have it take down.
I am so tyranny one. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Is it okay if we pause or I leave the squad just for a little bit after this match because I kind of need to eat? It's kind of hard to play and eat at the same time. I'll lose until Seth gets here, just because
Sure.
I'm trying to eat.
You should still stay in the court, I would say.
Next one is a defense mission.
Unless you don't want to, unless we just pause on the matches until.
We can
Sorry.
do. Oh, well, see. The thing is, now.
Oh, nice. Ruben's feet aren't rendered. He's a ghost.
Yeah.
You're half ghost.
No. But yeah, let's just,
Twin outpost.
let's say, you want a train like that. What would you need, actually?
Gonna guess and say I don't know.
Okay, so, you want to build a train. Cool. You need designers for that. Part one. Second of all, you need some form of company to actually build the train. Part two. So, then you need factories to actually build the train. The thing is that
Supply chain.
no, you need the whole supply chain. Yes, there's a reason why basically every major European country that invests into railway infrastructure has very tight is very tightly connected to at least one major railway company. Railway company is basically buying from one of them, because building a modern train or even an old train isn't easy. And if you, for example, look at Europe, it's basically Siemens, Alstom, Talgo. Okay, Bombardier is also there, but and Stadler, but
Which one's a Japanese company? So I know
Japanese has multiple. I think Mitsubishi is making. Need to check. But
so I know
basically,
some British trains are from Japan as well.
yeah, I know. I think Hyundai also makes the car companies are also making trains in Japan.
Oh, okay, cool.
Meanwhile, here, the dishwasher company is making trains.
Siemens does so much stuff.
Oh yeah,
though.
I mean, yeah, but ironically,
They made Zelda games once, I think.
what?
Wasn't Siemens the...
Philips. That was
Philips, was it?
That
Ah.
was the Dutch.
Well, they
not-
also do tons of engines as well.
Yeah, Siemens is.
Turbines and turbines and wind turbines.
I think Siemens is also supplying, companies like Rheinmetall and stuff, because of engines and shit.
Yeah, they do lots of
Yeah.
defense stuff as well.
Yeah, Siemens is it's big, but like also if anyone's like, oh hey, no, Hyundai is also making. I think isn't Hyundai makes tanks. Or was it
Hyundai does? Well, Hyundai's also just a big industrial conglomerate. Sorry.
Yeah, like people underestimate how big some companies are.
Lots of stuff.
But yeah, basically, when it comes to trains, Central Europe, you have like 5 major ones. Okay, the 3 big ones are, they're Siemens, they're Alstom, Siemens, Alstom, Talgo. Those are the main ones that are also making, how's it called, especially high-speed railway, a lot of regional ways. They're making the specialized. Stadler is like, they have very specialized in push-pull regional rail and also trams. So they have some specialized tram ones actually. That's why low floor trams have been so popular recently, because Stadler basically has been focused on, let's just make the best ones that we can. The thing is just. The big ones are those, and you can basically map them to every single country, because Siemens.
A Helldiver glitched out of the shuttle for me.
Interesting. I don't think I'm mine.
Yeah, for me, you were basically slowly hovering behind the craft.
Lol. Yeah, but like Siemens is supplying Germany and like everyone else. Alstom is I think it was Alstom. Let me just check really quickly. Alstom it's the French one, yes. And they bought Bombardier, and Bombardier is making a lot of regional stuff in general. But like regional stuff and some other. But Bombardier is like regional railways systems and such. But like basically Alstom is just big because they took over Bombardier. Let's just be real here.
But you're not making any point anymore. Right? You're just talking about things.
Bombardier is basically for regional railway cars, your push-pull configuration stuff, and Alstom is making the TGVs and shit. That's it. They're also making buses, so like, yeah.
Why don't you become a train engineer?
I don't know.
Why don't you work for Deutsche Bahn?
No, like I like the I like the planning and organizing and stuff, but like
work as a planner, work as a. Actually, the people who like run the tracks and stuff like that, who like, they have to plan all the timings of like trains and where they go and accident planning and all that sort of stuff. You could do that. That'd be fun.
I mean, I guess, but
Or would you rather work on like designing trains and like?
Yeah. I mean, they're both. Honestly, they're both interesting, but it's more like I generally like the fact that I generally like more the planning and organizing of how railway networks are organized. Yeah, systems and shit. That's generally more my jam. I just like it. But yeah, what I want to point out is every major country has like their own company. Like again, you have Alstom in France. You have you have Talgo, which is the main which is the main Spanish supplier, and they overlap. Stadler is like a lot of Swiss stuff, so yeah, every single one that has their own. Alright, Stadler was Swiss. They have some They have some of those, but yeah, and also the thing is, building a train is hard. That's part one. Keeping them running, that's harder. Like
All of it is very hard. Have you ever actually taken a tour around like either a place where the manufacturing it doesn't even have to be trains, but something of like the level and complexity of like mechanically of a train, or something like that. Have you ever took like a factory tour or something like that before? Or the maintenance shop? Well, if there's ever an option, I'd obviously you'd want to. I'm gonna guess, but like just go and like talk to the technicians, go talk to the engineers, and like go and try to wrap your head around like the complexity of these things, the amount of parts, the amount of engineering and tolerances that have to go into those parts. It's just the overwhelming complexity that's only at all possible through the collective action of thousands of engineers, technicians, mechanics,
that's
maintenance.
That's the thing, you know.
Lots and lots of smart people doing their job very well.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, especially also with rail. It's like you need especially nowadays you need expertise, and like sometimes, especially if you want to run a network that is, smoothly day-to-day stuff.
Also, just the level of
you actually need specified equipment and also maintenance halls for them. Like ICEs can
specialize.
You need specialized maintenance facilities. Like ICEs can only be maintained in certain facility around Germany. This actually led to a very, very interesting thing, because there was a night train that was not really a night train from Vienna into Germany, and it didn't run a night train control. They just ran typical. They ran basically regional rail flirt trains painted in the IC, intercity colors of the Deutsche Bahn. That was because Deutsche Bahn had a problem. They just were missing intercity 2 trains. Simple as that. So what they had, in a just desperate situation, they bought flirt multiple unit trains from Austria, from the ÖBB, and repainted them and used them as a replacement, which they're not doing now anymore, because they're basically regional rail trying to fit intercity rail. The problem was those trains could not be maintained in Deutsche Bahn facilities, so they had to regularly go back to Austria to be maintained, meaning for a few years, because they were like, we have to get the trains from Vienna to Germany anyway, might as well sell that drive as a night train variant. It's absurd. But this was literally just a thing born from logistical problems. So yeah, building a train system and maintaining it, hard. And now we have someone like Viktor Orban, who's just like, the Austrians have this wonderful railjet thing. We want that too. And to a degree, to modernize your system, that's a good idea. To have better connections to Germany, to have better connections to Austria. So what are your options? You could go and just ask Siemens, hey, you made those great railjet trains, can we have them as well? Or you're saying, we're going to build them ourselves. So they said we're going to build them ourselves. So that's part one. They're going to design them themselves. Finding designers is hard if your country doesn't have specialized designers, but that's not the most impossible step. So they had some designers. So what did they need to do next? Obviously, they have to build them somewhere. Next problem. Do you know how big of just industry you need to build trains? How many specialized halls you need?
The facilities.
So, yeah, they neither had maintenance facilities for it, nor building facilities, but they had old maintenance facilities for their regular trains. So they just decided, hey, you don't need half of those facilities. let's turn it into a place where you just build railway cars.
Yeah, not a good idea.
And not to mention, they had to import everything else, built them by untrained personnel, right there. And also they had to scrap the whole, how's it called? The cart where you can just drive the other way around, like making an actual push-pull thing, because what do you expect from building like your own railway cars and half of a maintenance hall, literally slashing your ability to maintain your current fleet, no matter how old it is, in half? Oh yeah, the resulting trains were ass. And that
If
was
they run at least, or was it?
They
like, when
ran,
you say
they
that
made-
ass, like,
they ran, they built a few of them, and they just literally da, 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 da. They ran, they used them, and everyone hated them and they're now getting replaced. Shocker, I know, because turns out the things they built, the MAF Start, I think was it called. It was just bad. It was just bad.
any elaboration on they were just bad, or it was just bad?
I really don't need
was
to.
it like, did it fall off the rails? Like, was
Oh,
it just
I mean, okay, here's the thing.
ride was bad? Like,
The ride was bad. The quality of
okay.
assembly was bad. The general comfort of riding them was bad. It just
maintenance was bad. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Rather, sorry.
Yes, you're right.
It's like you can say it's bad, but like there's a lot of different kinds of bad. Like British trains are bad, but not that. Not that.
Yeah, it was just really bad.
Are we done with trains for now?
I guess we I guess we are done for now.
Okay.
Bye.
Agon, yeah. How do you feel about Nyan trains talking about trains all the time?
It's fine, but I already know the story, so hearing it multiple times is a bit strenuous.
Sorry, I never really thought about that.
I know, that's why I let you. It's fine. It's fine. So, Ruben, you know
Yeah.
some things about rockets, right? Some things.
Oh yeah, right.
I saw an interesting, at least I found it interesting, video about a guy that built a small rocket engine, basically.
What kind? Was it
I'm-
like a solid, a hybrid, a liquid?
I'm not
or...
familiar with the jargon. I can tell you what I
Okay.
found interesting, and you tell me how cursed it is.
Okay, what do you find interesting?
He put a porous gyroid in the combustion chamber. To like
Can you just
pump
say-
the fuel into the gyroid that's porous. So
Just say the name. I think it was laminar fluid.
Huh?
Laminar fluid rocket. Laminar flow rocket engine.
oh yeah, right, there's the jargon. It's a
Yeah.
laminar flow rocket apparently.
Basically porous material, so the air mixes really well.
Not the air, but okay.
The fuel mixes better with the air.
Okay.
Yeah, he put a gyroid in there to basically pump the fuel in it. So, since the gyroid is in the combustion chamber itself, the fuel already gets heated in there, and since it's porous metal, that's also the way of how it gets into the chamber, and the gyroid has like lots of surface area.
Oh god, not this guy. Oh, I don't like him.
That's why I want to know how cursed this is.
Nice.
Because he knows stuff. I don't.
So there's combustion acoustics, which this might. So
I can send you the video if you want.
No, I think I found the video. So with combustion, you can have. you get sound waves basically, right? And those sound waves can have certain like resonances, and that can cause weird combustion instabilities
I mean,
to happen.
I presume even putting a gyroid as a like transmission system in there is a stupid idea if you scale it up.
I'm guessing this is a way to, because you don't have turbulent flow, and that's maybe causing more, or at least it would disrupt any like combustion stability stuff. But like you've got the whole, you're going to have a whole big issue of cooling, like and just structure.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like if you
like the most simple geometry rocket engines are already complicated enough.
That's what
Doing this where you're building entire like super duper complex flame holder inside, which is what that seems to be. Yeah, I'm very skeptical, and
like as a person who doesn't know shit about it, my thinking was just like if you scale it up with actually potent fuel, it will probably just melt in there.
If you built it right, and what did he build it out of? It was steel.
Yeah, if you scale it up to like an actual like big rocket that people actually need, I don't think you could use it often. Like you would need a material for the gyroid that's
Yeah, but you're gonna choke before. I don't think it's a bad idea because there are there studies on this?
Good question. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Can I advertise that, by the way?
I'm not seeing much in terms of actual stuff.
By the way, Ruben, can I advertise on Blue Sky that only here you can get a rocket scientist's notion on YouTubers' rockets?
Please don't.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, only here for everyone who's listening.
I'd have to look a lot more into it, but
I mean,
for one, he's 3D. It looks like he's 3D printing it out of steel.
In this case, I think it's steel.
That's really bad.
I presume it's a proof of concept because that's what he has access to, you know.
But you can 3D print copper. Okay, yeah, it's more expensive, and it's not going to do that.
The kind of porous metal.
So you can.
The kind of porous metal he's using, only a Dutch company has the license to. He literally, like, couldn't do it on video. Otherwise, it would be evidence against him.
What?
I mean, the interesting part.
Yeah, there's a lot. That guy. He's very much a YouTuber. He's very much a YouTuber.
Let me just put it like this. It already smells like that, because here's the thing.
He has the YouTuber face. I'm sorry. Do you know Mr. Beast videos?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a bit like that. It's a little bit like...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, what I feel like, there are, like...
I'm more like asking, like, the general concept of putting I don't know the jargon, so I don't know if I can explain myself well. Basically, the transmission system he has in there, like the gyroid, if that's even sensible in any constellation.
Maybe, but I am very, very highly skeptical about using that for what he's doing.
I mean, he uses this for commercially successful videos, so I think that's fine.
Let me just I think you can say there are two types of, science YouTubers. There are science YouTubers and there are science YouTubers, like heavy quotation marks. As in, there are some that generally have some good ideas and are like, okay, you know what, maybe I will actually try to go somewhere with that. And then there are those who are like, look at this weird thing, and then they just omit kind of stuff like feasibility, because, like, especially when I saw that rocket engine, you know what's my first thing what I always get in my mind, because that's a thing I learned from basically design and especially gaming and like if you think, oh boy, why has no one done this yet?
Yeah,
The answer is
saying,
can I finish?
This is the first laminar flow rocket.
Yeah, because the answer is usually. Can say the answer is usually either, yeah, you're the first person who ever thought of this, or everyone has thought of this.
And then said, "Oh no, that's a bad idea." Unless you've got something new, like, and there are really good engineers. Oh, actually, one guy I know, Raking Taps, brilliant YouTube channel. I don't know if he's like a consultant or because he has a bunch of just really. He's got an awesome workshop and he does some pretty cool stuff. Like he made it's sort of like an electrospray thruster actually, but it's using gallium for it. But like he's an actual engineer, like scientist, like he makes stuff that or what's the person's name? Applied Science. That's it. Yeah, this guy, he does such tons of really cool stuff. He actually shows what he's doing, how he's doing it, how it works, what he used, and like he's an actual scientist. It's not just I'm gonna make something to.
Yeah, the YouTube video is
not
obviously
like-
just like I want to make the rocket work somehow. Not really
Have
if
you
it has use
guys
cases.
met like undergraduate engineers, right?
I only have
no.
I have met people that went to uni, and people who are on uni are generally insufferable people.
Well, no.
That's
It's
all.
more just like so. I mean, I was like this as well a bit. Like so, you're an undergraduate engineer. You know, it's a little bit. You know that paradox where you know enough to like think you know a lot, but not enough to know that what you don't know, sort of.
Kinda.
What's the name of it?
Yeah, I know what you mean. The concept is
Yeah.
not foreign to me.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact name of it, but basically, you're kind of in that position as like if you're going towards the end of your bachelor's degree, like you know a good amount. You could do some stuff. You like you've been trained, and you're like you're going to be pretty smart to do that, but quite often you can kind of underestimate the complexity and detail of stuff. So you don't know enough to know that. Oh, well, that you think. Oh, that's a cool thing. Let's look at it, even though perhaps it's been looked at 20 times, like 200 times before, and it's been like, yeah, that idea is bad. It doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. But it's just like, oh, but if that worked, that'd be super cool. And I want to be like a really cool engineer and scientist. I could do lots of cool like. There's a lot of maybe they haven't got the cynicism of like being an actual proper researcher.
I mean, if you're lucky enough, you find something because of technological progression and stuff, but like highly unlikely.
It's very, very, very unlikely, and quite often you reach for the stars without trying to get some of the basics done first. Like trying to build a laminar rocket. Building a normal rocket engine is hard enough. Building an actual proper one that works, where you actually get even a half decent specific impulse, that's really hard. It takes a lot of work. It costs a lot. It really costs a lot, and to do it like even semi-professionally, it's a lot of work.
I mean,
it's a lot of work. You need to work with actual experts on it.
I mean, his rocket works only in the sense of ignition happens, and it seems to happen continuously, but that's about it. And that's definitely not all that goes into a working rocket.
You can do the same with a Bunsen burner.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of what I mean. Like, so it worked. It turned on, but like, there's a lot more detail to this. Like, dude could have actually properly simulated it. You could use OpenPhone. There's Actually, I don't know how much compute the guy's got. And
Yeah, but like,
you can rent cloud compute time comparatively cheaply.
I mean, yeah, but Ruben, that
Yeah, you
would
can
mean
simulate
have
it. You can model it. You can do. Yeah, there's just so much more baked into an actual design and developing a technology than just.
He
I spent
got
some money
yeah.
on a thing and I turned it on. Then
he
I
got
took
it
a
to work
video.
in the most basic sense possible.
Yeah, like if anything, like if you're trying to do this would be like a 10 video long series, right? You're not just doing this one thing and then you're never touching on it again.
Yeah, if
Like,
you
there's a lot of engineering that goes into a rocket engine.
if you want to use it for something other than the video games.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's-
here's
yeah.
the thing. Like, you know what I thought when I saw this thing in action? Yeah, it's basically creating a lot of propulsion, but what he basically designed there.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Wait. Can I say one thing? For its size, it seemed to actually create some. But it was just a very complicated
do you
Bunsen burner.
know how you know how compact and how much thrust you can get actually out of very small and compact.
You know what?
Even just gaseous fed rocket engines, you can get 250 odd 250 seconds ISP. You can get kilonewton size rocket engines that size and smaller.
I mean, you have to. This is literally how rockets and weaponry works nowadays. So.
Yeah, of course. So it's. He's gonna get like 50 seconds ISP or something like that, and that's
my point was more like, it's not that it was the biggest. It just it created some propeller. Like there was definitely some force coming out of it, but it was just a very complicated Bunsen burner. That's it. Like, not more, not less. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm more fascinated by the gyroid because I think it looks really cool, but it seems too complicated to actually work in a rocket that would actually apply to some use.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's why I was asking.
Honestly, if we talk about science channels, the thing another channel made of fog water harvesting with electricity, that thing seemed way more realistic, and he actually tries to plan it under plans to test it under like actual in
the actual environment,
in an actual desert environment. So so basically the thing is, like, this is an older thing, that in desert regions.
He's not measuring the thrust. He's not even measuring. He's using a fucking 1 meter. No. Get a fucking So you can get like load sensors, right? Or even all those things you use to measure the weight of fish. Right?
Yeah.
You can even use that. But he's not done a proper experimental setup. What the? Oh yeah, this is why I don't like this guy. I do not vibe with him.
He can get access to like some porous metal, which is licensed to only one company, but he can't get a proper setup.
No. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much bullshit because honestly, you can go and order a 3D printed part online right now. Go upload your STL file and you can go get it 3D printed. Yes, it will cost a good bit, but you can go do that right now. Actually,
he claims at least that only this company has the license to that kind of porous metal, apparently. But I haven't.
Even if it's Inconel, you can. Bullshit.
Tell me more.
Oops. Well, this is more stuff if you want to do it yourself or if you're a company. Let's just say you're doing a 3D printed stainless steel.
It's funny how we can literally just.
And also, I bet he just got it printed in China because that's where basically everybody does it if you're trying to do it on the cheap. Oh, what's the? Wait.
It's apparently K3D that did it. They he claims have a patent there.
Love how we're not doing
Yeah,
anything.
you can go to K3D and just say, here's a file, here's some money, print it please.
Yeah, but you saw how he measured stuff, so I don't think he's in there for like actually spending money on things.
No, to be honest, it probably would be cheaper to go... Not resin. It would need to be stainless steel. Oh, you can get it printed in titanium if you want.
That would be better, if I remember.
No, it wouldn't, because the main thing in rockets, yes, it's structural, but it's mostly going to be heat transfer. Yes, if you're doing cooling, unless you're doing a vacuum engine, then you're more focused on the high temperature resistance / radiative cooling.
I mean, as far as I could,
stainless steel 360 now.
yeah, as far as I can tell, he doesn't have a cooling system at all, right?
No, he's just passively cooling, which is fine if you're doing a short run, but it's not. Okay, yeah, there you go. PCB way. You could do. Yeah, actually, it's not too bad actually, but yeah, you could do 3D printing of aluminium. But I wouldn't do their aluminium because it's really soft. You want a harder one, but yeah, you get stainless steel, titanium, tool steel if you're making tool parts. You could do PCBs, you could do machining, though, you know, not entirely sure on their tolerances. But yeah, no. What he did is not novel, not really unique in terms of...
By the way,
I don't know if he was any kind of proper engineer.
just back in a second.
There's so much more that would go to this.
Yeah, I didn't assume that he would make anything like viable, even if the concept was sound. But I can't. I
can't even find much on the concept itself, so I'm not even sure the concept is sound because.
I don't know enough to know
NASA
that.
makes a bunch of their papers openly available for free. You can go to NASA's archives. You could find literally like their manuals for designing rocket engines, right? Like into the very detailed specifics. I can't find anything on laminar flow rocket engines. The only thing with gyroids I know is that they are good for certain. If you're trying to do 3D printing, it's quite good for that structurally. You could. I know certain gyroid structures are used in heat exchangers.
I mean, it has a lot of surface area, so probably okay for that.
You kind of want to minimize your surface area in a rocket engine because, you've then got more surface area to cool. You want that heat staying in the fluid, right? In the hot fluid in the actual engine itself.
Yeah, he puts the fuel through the gyroid, apparently.
Unless he's trying to turn it into a big heat exchanger to vaporize the fluid, but it really isn't that. No, I'm pretty sure that I'm like 80% sure what he's doing is bullshit. So he just paid a lot of money for
bullshit. In which sense?
Well, he paid a lot of money because 3D printing metal is quite expensive.
Yeah.
He paid a lot of money if he actually paid for it. To 3D print this thing, which is entirely just a paperweight by the look of it. So, yeah.
Yes, the same question you asked a while ago. Bullshit in which way exactly?
It's bullshit in that the laminar flow rocket engine, I can't find anything else about it. The structure is antithetical. Even the whole thing about choked flow, well, what he's done is gone and put a bunch of restrictions on the flow in the rocket engine.
Yeah,
with that massive gyroid.
Yeah.
So you're going to choke the flow further up the rocket engine. So even that whole method. basically all he's doing is bullshit.
He, like, from what I understand from what you said, he's basically trying to solve a problem with the gyroid that he shouldn't have in the first
making
place.
a problem worse. No, there's no problem in the first place. He's literally just making it everything worse.
So your solution would be remove the gyroid, remove the porous metal, just make a normal chamber.
Just make a normal rocket chamber. Actually, what's the main booklet I use for rocket engineering? So there's RPL, which is actually a European sort of software. Software used for rocket engine design. You could go buy the software for that. I did. There's also a book. Rocket propulsion elements. I think it's on the 6th or 7th edition. But yeah, no, that's a very good booklet as well. Read that if you actually want to design a proper one. That will actually give you stuff on proper design. You could do angular type rockets, liquid, gas. I don't know if it's mostly chemical rockets, so you're not doing electric propulsion. But yeah, liquid, gas, hybrid, solid. Yeah, but even then, like, actually, that book doesn't go into all the detail you'd want if you're actually designing something. Or even just go to your local rocketry club. Like, that would make a lot more sense to do. They do exist. They do exist.
I'm just saying, if you have one, then you sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I just do not vibe with YouTube channels that are like that. It's...
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah. It's just... I don't... It's the kind of stuff you'd watch if you don't really know much about it. Nothing against people who don't know much about rocket engineering, because, like, well, not everybody's an expert in everything. That's fine. But it's just... If you know a little bit about rockets, that's... You could sniff it out.
There's a lot more focus in the video about entertainment, basically, than actual rocket design. As a person
it's just YouTube content. It's just YouTube,
as
YouTube
a person
slop.
who knows basically nothing about
it's more slop. It's just more slop.
as
the
a,
internet.
As a person that knows nothing about rocket engines, basically, I can tell you it's entertaining, but I know it has nothing to do with rockets. I just don't know how little.
It's just a guy. He could have even just talked more about the actual 3D printing process. Because if you talk to anyone in like metal 3D printing, go look at metal 3D printing, because it is super interesting. Actually, being able to like layer by layer build up an actual object out of metal powder, and actually build something relatively solid. And have it like structurally and even metal, like some processes you'll 3D print with like where the metal will be like mixed in with like plastic, a binder effectively, and they 3D print the whole thing like a normal plastic 3D print. And then what they'll do is cook off all the plastic. They'll burn off the plastic by putting it in a hot oven. The problem is with that is because you're burning off the plastic, the thing you've printed will shrink, so you have to size up the print before that, and also you can get a little bit of warping and stuff like that. But after that, you're left with kind of just a solid, semi-solid structure. But after that, if you sinter it at a super high temperature, like 1500 degrees Celsius. For a good amount of time, you need to follow like a specific process for that. But if you then sinter it, you then get like 99% the density and material properties of if you actually machined the whole part. And the cool thing about this is you can actually make those gyroid structures. You can make a part that actually has the gyroid structure inside, because you quite often do that with normal plastic 3D printing with like a gyroid infill. So rather than
Yeah.
having to print like a whole solid part where everything inside it is like solid plastic or solid metal,
Yeah,
you're able
safe
to fill it up with
material.
air instead.
Yeah.
So it saves you a bunch of weight while still having a good amount of the strength of the part. So you could do that with metal as well, and it's really cool because you can make these super light metal parts, or even if there's even like, actually, have you heard of actual proper metal foams before?
Metal
Right.
what?
Metal foams. So think of a sponge, and imagine it being made out of metal.
Can you squish it? Like a foam?
If you apply enough force, and that's actually one really useful aspect of them, is that they're really good at absorbing impacts. So so you know how cars, like, they're designed to crumple to absorb the energy of like a crash. They're really good for those sort of applications, basically. So this is a way you can actually have a proper strong metal part that's solid, and have it being able to absorb a lot of energy and like crumple and all of that together, basically.
Does it decrump again like a sponge or something, or is it then
No,
just
because
crushed?
it plastically deforms, so it crumples properly. But this is like a way to do it that's sort of lighter and more compact than like having a big full metal
Oh, that's nice.
compartment at the front.
Yeah.
So there's cool stuff about that.
I
It's very
remember-
good if you want to mix. Sorry, go on.
There were some metal compositions that kind of remember how they, quote unquote, remember what form they originally had, and you can get them back to it if you apply certain things to them. I don't know what it was. I think it
That
was
was
heat, probably.
Niccolo. I think I know the name of the material, but yeah, there's.
They're like colloquially called like memory metal or something. I don't know how to translate
Memory
it.
shaped metals?
Yeah. Like if you would use something like that for that kind of foam.
Memory shaped alloys, that's it.
Yeah, they're a form of alloy, yes.
Is it nitol? Or was it.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Are you alloy, or do you think it's a bimetallic strip?
No, not a bimetal. I mean, technically,
You can get bimetallic joints are a thing.
Yes,
So
yes.
if you're trying to get, actually, I think they're used in toasters a bit,
Yes.
because like they bend in
I
one
know.
direction because they're
I
different traits of
know.
them.
And older coffee makers use them at least as well. I don't know if the newer ones do as well, but
No, the newer ones don't. They just have a drip pump because they were like, no, you don't actually need stuff like that.
But the older ones did.
The
Yeah, that
older
was
ones
really
did
pretty
because
cool.
they had they just had a reservoir on top and then a bimetallic strip that bended with heat, so it actually regulated how much water flowed because they had and then later they realized, actually we just need a bubble pump and then just drip coffee onto it, and that was that.
interesting stuff, yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
In-
I love engineering. I love science. There's so much cool stuff. But no, people have to make bullshit on the fucking YouTube because that's their job and that's how they actually pay the bills, rather than being like, hey, there's tons of really cool science. I mean, tons of scientists, including myself, are just horrible at science communication.
Yeah, that tends to be the thing. You're good in one specific field doesn't mean you can necessarily communicate it well.
Oh, completely. Exactly.
Hello.
Hi.
there we are. I wanted to say he just started. How are you doing? How was dinner?
It was good. Basically went out to dinner with my parents, my siblings, and my sister's boyfriend.
Ooh.
Oh.
And it was good.
That was an interesting
No, just
I'm
like,
very
oh,
drunk.
people having fun. Families,
not very
fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'm not very drunk. I'm some drunk.
Oh,
I
nice.
just found it more interesting. It's like, oh no, you
join
said
the
your
club.
siblings as well. Okay, good, yeah. I was just like, I kind of forgot you said siblings, and so in my brain it was like you, your parents, and the boyfriend of your sister. It's like, okay, where's your sister?
I did actually. So
You said
funny
it.
thing you mentioned that. Funny thing you mentioned that. Literally a week ago today, I was out for dinner with my sister's boyfriend.
Ah,
Oh, cool.
so good relationship.
Not because of not for any like weird reason, but because
What would be a
basically,
weird
like,
reason?
I don't know.
It's just weird, when you're like, not for you just made it sound weird. It's like, oh yeah, you're just
I
getting
guess I
along with
did.
him well. So like,
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it was just him and I that were in the area, and I was about to leave, and he's watching out. He was watching after our dogs while I was gone.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, why not?
yeah.
But I think that's the interesting thing about conversations. If you, as soon as you say about something not in a weird way, it becomes weird.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
That's
I'm like,
true.
yeah, you know what?
I should know that.
Yeah, he's part of he's part of the family. Everyone's like, yeah, okay. That wasn't even a weird setup, like, I had once
In my defense, I feel like y'all opened up with kind of like implying a weird aspect of all of this.
No, I just selectively didn't remember that you said siblings, and so my brain was just like you, your parents, and your sister's boyfriend. It's like, okay.
happens.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'll attribute that to the neurodivergence, which is completely fair, and I'm biased towards it, so
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
I just don't
I rescind my comment.
Yeah, I mean, there are weirder setups. Like, okay, you know what I once had? Like, one day, and like, I haven't seen the guy for like over 10 years. Like, the ex-boyfriend of my, how's it called? Grade school teacher called me.
What?
I know. And you're like, what the fuck happened? I was like, oh, hey. And the thing is, the guy just had it rough. Like, the thing is, when I was young, he just, I actually got along with him pretty well. There's the thing with when you're in grade school, like, usually it's like one class, one teacher, and he just tagged along a lot of times. And basically, the guy.
How old is he?
What?
How old is
I
he?
think he was in his. He was in his 30s back then.
Yeah, he's
Basically, literally.
Okay.
Okay, room. I know this sounds weird, but generally, what happened is the guy had cancer and literally just wanted to hang out with someone, and he didn't know who. He remembered me and was like, "Hey, do you want to play billiard?" And like, that's that. We literally just went playing billiard.
Oh, my teacher back in grade school or something like. Yeah,
No,
that
it
sounds
was
a
the
little bit-
ex-husband, boyfriend of my teacher. It's like, okay, but like, yeah, it was a weird setup, but yeah, he was literally just,
He wanted to play billiard.
he wanted to play billiard with someone and was just like, she's old now, we got along back then, I literally am alone. What the fuck could go wrong? He literally just wanted to play billiard, and like, cancer sucks.
Yeah, cancer's bad.
Oh yeah.
It was also a nasty brain tumor, so not the nice type of cancer.
Yeah, that's one of the nastier kinds.
Yeah. Yeah, at that point you understand when people just are like, that's a weird decision, but like,
I mean, even in general, it's like you got along. You're both adults now. Like, you can hang out.
yeah,
it's fine.
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's just you probably just will raise an eyebrow in the beginning, like, what?
Yeah,
How did that
without
happen?
context, it's a bit weird. Yeah.
Like, how did that happen? And the answer is just, it's actually kind of a sad thing. Like, yeah, bit shit.
It's a defense mission, right?
Yeah, it's just a defense mission. I should probably take this one then. Oh yeah, Zep.
Yeah.
We need to destroy things with the orbital HE-380 barrage.
Sounds like bugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but
I'm just saying, those are relatively okay at taking out
I mean,
bug nests.
honestly, yes, but also they're pretty good in this type of defense mission. Just wanted to say Because Zeb likes to spam it.
Spam what?
Oh, You're like, orbital barrage.
I mean, it's effective.
I will take one. No worries.
It's like that. It's like that Parks and Rec Venezuelan dictator meme. You know. Also, you're late for the dentist. Also, orbital barrage. You undercooked chicken. Under orbital barrage. You overcooked chicken. Orbital barrage. And everything else.
As if you missed the
Either way,
rocket talk.
What are your thoughts? So I haven't touched this game in a week, which means that I missed the recent launch
In
of the
a
content.
week?
What do you think of a little over a week, actually?
I had to
God.
reinstall the game.
I haven't played that in a long time. Like, I mean, I still have it.
So y'all haven't tried out the cowboy content.
No, not yet.
I don't. Yeah, okay. You know what? Give me the Super Citizen Edition. I will. I will apply for just and I will. The super credits and rate it. Else, I don't have them. I would have to farm them, and even then, I don't know if this is my first pick.
From what so currently, so before this DLC, I was interested in other ones. But with the hover pack, honestly, because I'm a flamethrower guy,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't. There's no way that I can ignore this deal. This
Honestly,
content.
I think the hover pack is the best part of it.
Yeah.
Because
my
like
favorite thing is seeing people like take a flamethrower and the hover pack and just use it in the and just like use it to destroy Bile Titans, which have been like my main issue with using the flamethrower and terminates.
Most people I see are using the stronger grenade sidearm now.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I would.
Grenade launcher sidearm. Or
Yeah.
Is that the...
No. There's and there's basically a mini nuke sidearm
That
in the
one.
one before.
Okay, yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I get it. This is also the one that I would look forward to the most because like, yeah, the portable, how's it called? Portable how's it called? Hell bomb. Useful in some cases. Like it has some useful overall, but like that grenade launcher is just, yeah, it can just.
Hellbomb is really good for like the 4 to 5 factory striders that sometimes are.
Yeah, especially now because they have factory strider patrols and they have jammers on their back.
Oh yeah, I did see the patrols. That looks fun, honestly.
Yeah.
But also like
Yeah.
it also just screams, yeah, have the smaller grenade bomb. Just don't bother. Just don't bother. Yeah. Well, that's one thing. And otherwise, oh yeah, I asked in the Discord, since the next Wiki 3 update is a while out, are you interested in playing through Borderlands maybe?
You mean Borderlands 2?
Borderlands 2, yes.
I don't even know if I have that game.
I don't know if you have it, but it's currently on sale for $9, everything.
Maybe I don't know.
Don't feel pressured. It's just a joke right now.
Yeah.
I just really want to play Borderlands with people. We started playing the first one and it's really fun. And I was like, Agonia, do you want to stream Borderlands out of plan? Might be doing that actually. Who knows? But yeah, it's a fun game. I can only recommend it if you like RPGs and shooters. It's more RPG than shooter actually. So
I have a friend of mine who's big into Borderlands, and he basically got me to try the I think it was either 3 or the Tiny Tina thing.
I think the Tiny Tina one has
for a little bit, but I couldn't really I couldn't really find myself enjoying the way that like the loot systems.
Yeah, I get you.
Which are like the core integral part of the games, from what I understand.
Yes
know.
and no. It's like, let me put it like this.
I know that 3 was like different compared to 2, and that 2 is like a very uniquely good experience. I understand that difference.
I mean, I'd say, a lot of people say 3 is actually, gameplay-wise, still is the best in the series. But I can't confirm that because kind of this playthrough is because...
I think most of the time the loot is relatively irrelevant.
Yeah, at least in 1 and 2, it's like, it is mainly dependent on what build you have for most of the time and the character you play. Like, I think he was telling you to use to play the Tiny Tina one because they have a free one, which is kind of a remake of a DLC of 2. Just so you know, the thing that happened is that basically the final DLC of Borderlands 2 is called Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon's Keep, and the general gist is that they're basically playing D&D. It's Bunkers and Badasses.
A caricature
of D&D, but then it gets actually into character introspective because Borderlands has actually good writing. But and Tiny Tina is just kind of a crap GM. Like, she's describing, like, you play the thing and she's like, oh, it's a wonderful tiny day, and then and someone's just making a comment, that doesn't sound very fantasy. Like, okay, fuck you, it was dark and brooding, and like everything changes on the fly, it was just by the way, they did that before the D&D 5e craze. Like, this DLC was generally, it is kind of the best in the franchise for a lot of reasons because,
I don't like it because it reminds me of shit jams.
Fair point. I get it. You're just uniquely tainted in that regard. It's just, like, the thing is they kind of make a joke about the fact that it is just that chaotic.
Yeah, but that's not really the thing we're talking about. We're talking about the Borderlands.
The thing is more like...
point of the character, though.
But basically the thing is, Borderlands is very much based on what kind of character and especially build you play.
Yeah, you need to find a character and build you actually want to play. Like, then it's fun. Otherwise, it's really annoying.
Like, for example, when you play, certain characters give you, for example, different buffs with different weaponry, for example, or that your accuracy goes up. Like, for example, in Borderlands 1, I'm currently playing the Siren, and so Lilith, her name is Lilith, I know. Her thing is that she, for example, has class mods that just give her a % damage increase on SMG usage. So yeah, she's generally like encouraged to do that, and you also have like, oh, your fire rate in general is increased. If you increase this perk by like I think 40% or so, it's like or you do you have this and this % chance of applying fire damage with every bullet. And it's like I wonder what they want you to do with that. So it's more like, okay, you have a build and that feeds into what weapons you have, because like the weapons you really want are the ones at the end of the game, and at that point, it actually is less random because it's more like bosses.
And you can, for a bit of money, respec your build, so it's really friendly.
Yeah, they like, you can respec and shit, and like it's definitely like, okay, you fucked up, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it anew. So yeah, it just depends on what you want to play. Like, for example, in Borderlands 2, they kind of. Okay, for example, in 3, I would say every character from what I know... Whoops.
Bye-bye.
Fuck you.
You were in my zap range.
I pressed Alt because I wanted to lie down for some reason.
Well, laying down would technically put you out of zap range.
Yeah.
Yeah, but laying down has a specific button. What you did was dive.
Yeah, I know. But we're just lying down, actually.
You do technically lay down after a dive, but that's...
Yeah.
It takes time to do so.
I don't know what the original keybind is. Mine is on Y. Because
originally it's Z.
Yeah, okay, then it's the same. That's the same. It's just the difference between American keyboard and whatever mine is. European or something.
Yeah. German.
Yeah.
We have a German one which is superior because our engineers decided, no, Y and Z have to be swapped. It's better for the brain.
For some reason.
Yeah. And like, look at the state of the
Y
world.
and Z.
Instead of QWERTY, it's QWERTY.
What?
Yeah.
I just looked at my. I had to look at my keyboard to understand that. Partly because I'm drunk, but.
Yeah, Y and Z is swapped
That's-
on the German.
Y'all are weird.
We like the Z, okay?
I still feel like where the Z currently is more productive as a place to press the button than it is where the Y is.
Maybe. Depends on what you use more. Like, you use Y a lot more, right? We don't.
Maybe. I guess we do a little bit. But I also feel like the usage is kind of equivalent. Was that a 380 in the middle of us? I
380.
feel like I saw a 380 stratagem in the middle of all of us.
Yeah. By the way, if I just realized there's a new emplacement.
Yes.
I like
I've been
it. Mine is
facing it.
orange.
It's nice. Probably because of your
I know.
skin.
I know. It's just, yeah. The thing is just you need to find what you're playing, want to play as, because like for example, Borderlands 2. Okay, Borderlands 2 actually has a bit of a I wouldn't say noob trap with that. It's more or less they kind of did 2 DLC characters that I like, but let's just put it like this: one of them is the most fun to play. But he sucks ass against raid bosses, which is, like the thing is, at the end of the game, it's more like, oh hey, you're in, they're more like, here are certain missions you can repeat with bosses that drop specialized loot. So, it's less about, oh, you just have a random chance. More like, okay, they have very specific preferences on what their weapons do. So, it actually gets less random. It's just like, oh yeah, there are a lot of guns, but like the end game is less about that. It's more like, okay, you know where to get your stuff from. The thing is just, Krieg is actually not really that good at doing that. He's really good at everything else. Like, he has one hell of survivability. It's just, yeah.
He needs to kill ads for that.
Yeah, and then there's Gage. I fucking love Gage. The problem is just, if you play Gage, play her solo, because, okay, the thing is, her whole deal is that she's called the Macromancer because she can summon a robot. But also, one of her main abilities is, or perks, is called Anarchy. And basically you get Anarchy stacks for kills. And they only vanish if you...
reload, I think.
If you reload manually, yes. So the thing is, Anarchy stacks just keep increasing your damage, but also keep decreasing your accuracy, which means while you at some point is like, oh, the ability to hit things go down, if you hit shit, boom, you're basically hitting them with a cannonball, which is, if you play solo and are on higher levels, that's actually not so bad, because a lot of enemies, you're all alone. It's like, okay, yeah, go wild. If you play with a group, though, where a lot of those enemies just keep getting cleared, not that useful.
Sorry, Ruben.
No problem.
I'm a distracted driver today.
You're a
I didn't actually
driver.
drive. I did not actually drive today. I will make that clear. I did not actually drive.
I mean, to
just
be fair,
driving your
I'm
character.
not drunk, and I managed
In the
to
game.
drop a 500-kilogram bomb at the beginning of the mission on us.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But yeah, it's more like, okay, what do you like in terms of characters? And, just find that out. And, like, they just, stuff
I
like...
guess maybe I didn't quite vibe with anything in
That's... it
that?
probably... I mean... I don't know, because I think the Tiny Tina one uses actually, like, you don't choose a character, you choose a, you use a class, and you can multi-class, and a lot of people are saying, it's good, but also, like, it's not the best, and, like, from what I know, Borderlands 3 is in, oh, no,
let's kill them.
no, you fucking, nope,
Go, Zep. Kill them all.
You fucking...
You didn't die.
Shut up!
And look,
No, they would have
I-
died.
Oh,
Oi! I was juicing you up, okay? That was not a cause for killing me.
What was that?
That was the eagle bomb I just threw. And now you go all into the shuttle, or I will throw another one.
Yeah, okay. Step here? No, Ruben is still dead.
I am here.
Reinforcing.
God. We
Take
are
your juice.
God damn it! No! Stop! Why are you... No! Oh boy! Ruben.
There's enough time for me to spawn in on top of Ruben.
You... No.
No, run.
No! Okay,
No,
fuck
run.
you! No! Seth! Get into the... There's a... Why are you all making this worse? Oh.
You know, honestly, I was not expecting the dive to get me out of from being stuck underneath there.
I can't believe you're invincible once you get in.
Well, so you used to not be, but then people were griefing about with it.
Yeah.
So and so, it makes some sense.
Whisk.
It makes sense. This is not Eve. It's not how it's
Yeah.
supposed to be. So you should not encourage griefing. Eve is fun though. Before they let you buy skill points.
Yeah, fair. That was...
Pay to win.
Yes, I
Yes,
mean it was
it is.
before technically also pay to win because you could
More pay to win.
yeah, because you could buy monthly subscriptions as an item and sell that on the player market. But that was good because it
It basically shut down gold supply, and people who didn't have money could keep playing.
gold sellers, yes, it shut down gold sellers. But the best thing is that means rich people sold a lot of those things, got a lot of ISK. I don't know how to say it. They kickstarted the economy because then they would undock with a big ship, and then you could kill them.
Yeah,
That was
like
fun.
that's also a thing. EVE Online is just structured in a way that, yeah, no, you know, money doesn't get you far, like that far.
You can get a big ship with good stuff and everything, and now even with the skills accompanying it, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Like
that's
in the grand scheme of things, if you don't know what you're doing, you will buy if people want you to die.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still going on, but like mineral prices generally drop in EVE after a while. So the players made an event called Hulkageddon, which basically a Hulk is a type of mining ship, which at a certain time of year was hunted down everywhere.
yeah. It's just EVE
You know
Online.
what? I will say, as an outsider, EVE Online, like cultural politics or whatever this is wild to me.
It
It
is
is very fun. I am still kind of pissed about that they made it illegal to edit wiki data to manipulate the market. That was fun.
You're talking from experience, right?
Maybe.
I feel like that. Okay, hold on. So there's some layers to my opinion on this. I feel like Wikidata Online probably, I think, should remain reliable, but I think, or no, maybe the other way around.
The
what I'm
fact that
saying.
it's editable to that
There should be.
ease.
So imagine
problem.
there's an online wiki, and then there's like something like a Civilopedia, for example, like an in-game Wikipedia for it. I feel like if there was a potential for the easier to access one to be manipulated, so like the one that people would more likely go to be manipulated, that I think would be a bit more in fair game. And then like the one where it's like, oh no, you have to like you have to like go out of your way to make sure that this is reliable data. I feel like that is more of a good meta response to people trying to manipulate markets than just outright banning something. Or at the very least, I think it's more of a fun and
Yeah, I get what you
it's
mean.
more of like a good way for everybody to engage.
Fair point, but like, yeah, it's just there's a lot with EVE that's just.
I'm basically saying like if you want to run a wiki, make sure it has the correct info on it, and not every pleb can edit the thing slightly, so that the price of
Hold on.
something drops because of wording.
Is the Eve wiki its own thing, or is it a fandom?
Those are fan things. At least
No,
back then.
I don't mean like fan-made wiki. I mean like the actual website fandom.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think it was
It's
actually
been years.
Yeah, you stopped playing Eve like a few years after we got together, like 1 or 2 years, because they just changed stuff that was meh. And I get it.
Not in my interest.
Yeah. Do we want to go up to Suicide Mission again?
No.
That's one level higher.
I'm happy for going up to 7.
Yeah.
There's no.
7 a lot. Ruben, because I'm here, 7 should be a bit more manageable.
And
Are you going to
7
orbital
is like-
bombard us against that?
No, I'm actually better about putting my orbital bombardments normally. I don't normally take them on defense missions, I will admit that.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's
is
just
this Illuminate again?
it's Illuminate because we need to repel invasions. So, thought let's just rip.
I'll say this. I've been looking at the community a little bit while I was on break, while I was on vacation. Why the fuck? Like, how the fuck did people drop the ball this bad? On the various mission orders. Like, come on. I'm actually kind of disappointed in the Helldivers community.
So there are 2 to 3
screwed up so
factors
many
here.
missions.
People playing and actually doing the missions.
Yeah.
If we're actually supposed to win the missions, because that's what the devs decide in the end.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
And
Well-
if it was fairly balanced in the first place, which is hard to do because you don't know how many people will actually be playing at that
So
time.
approximately from what I understand, 2 mission orders ago, it was fairly it was a little unbalanced. Last mission order was well balanced, and both times the community royally screwed it up.
well, I don't know.
And I will put some of the blame on the devs because they split the opportunities or like the directives a little too much. So like the one that they probably wanted us to do was usually the Illuminate one, I think. And at least the first time around, and the second time around, they just kind of split it even further with doing both bots and Terminids instead of Illuminates. I just think that they can't unless they keep it as the only mission order, they can't do a Illuminate versus someone else option. Sorry, they can't split the bill between Illuminates and Terminids unless they're bots and Terminids unless they're they can't do that anyways. But if they're going to split between Illuminates and something else, they need to make it so that the
Illuminate.
They need to make it so that the intended result is the whatever one is not the Illuminates, because they're not going to be the most fun to play against until they put out everything
Yeah.
that the Illuminates have to offer and make that a full fun experience.
You have to also keep in mind that a big part of the Helldivers 2 community were the anti-meta people. Like not a big, but a sizable part of them. And players as a system, let's say it like that, have 2 properties. A, they're locusts, and B, they're really, really stupid. So if you disincentivize talking, discussing and presenting meta choices and strategies, then those very stupid players will not have a guideline to go on their own and will just be worse in general.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of them clearing missions goes down by the community disincentivizing talking about that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Because
that's one
the
thing.
I will say that it does kind of balance out by the fact that there's a now I only say kinda because it doesn't actually fully balance out. non-voice chat interaction system, so like pinging and stuff like that, is very well done. So you have a larger bit of the player base that is effectively communicating, compared to like say other multiplayer games.
Yeah, but communicating in pings doesn't help you if the people just bring like very bad weapons for the job and aren't proficient enough in using said weapons to get the job done despite that. And those are just problems you will run into when you discourage meta-analysis.
I mean, that's literally what happened at Malevolent Creek. That's one thing people always, they're like, oh, Malevolent Creek. Like, Malevolent Creek failed because too many people without any idea what they were going to do just threw themselves at the planet for the meme. So there were just more failed missions than missions that actually succeeded.
Yeah.
Yeah. That said, Malevolent Creek, I will say, kind of lives on in my heart as a fond memory. Because of how insane it was. I definitely, I won't disparage Malevolent Creek because of what it is, but I will recognize like the issues that it had. By the way, quick reminder: 380 minimum distance of separation. Keep it 50 meters, preferably 60.
Damn.
I'm just learning from the
As
best.
someone who's used it regularly, I'm fairly well versed in its safety range.
Yeah, I mean, oh well.
But yeah, anyways, I just think that the communication systems inherent in the game are very well
I mean,
done.
I'm not talking about those anyways.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be real here. Nearly every multiplayer game after Apex Legends looked at that ping system was like, yeah, we need to have at least something half as good. And
yeah, I will give Apex Legends credit for that. That they basically revolutionized the whole non-verbal communication part of games.
Yeah, like you even use it. You even use that thing when you had to verbally communicate because it was just that good.
Yeah.
Requesting air support.
And I will say this is part of the reason why I left Siege is because they refused to implement a Apex Legends style system of pinging.
But that's stupid, actually.
I mean, there's other reasons. Yeah, there's other reasons why I left Siege, but the inability of their developers to work to like conform to the way that like
just some stuff works.
Development, yeah.
It's just like, yeah, there like I can say there are things where you need to be like, does our game need that? And the answer is like, for example, no, even though it sounds reasonable. Like,
yeah,
good example in my opinion.
I feel like there's maybe a little bit of arrogance in there, but that's probably a little bit of my animosity towards Ubisoft.
There's enough reasons to be.
Developers anymore.
There's enough reasons to not like them.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're currently dunking on idiots, so that's something.
Oh yeah, that
roast
their
was
social media team has always been pretty solid.
Yeah, like
I will say that.
I'm so sorry. The whole have you seen that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's just so great. Like that
We talked about it literally an hour ago or so.
Oh, we did about
Yes, yes, we did.
It's okay, Nya. You're only going senile a little bit.
Shut up! I mean, I didn't even need. I wasn't even finished about talking about the Borderlands classes. So
At least she wasn't drunk driving, Steph.
I wasn't driving at all.
Hey, and I
How
haven't
did
even
you get home then?
public
I got
transport.
Yes, public transport. The public being my family.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, it's just how should I put it?
What do you want?
I don't know. I literally don't know. Yeah, some things should actually like I think a ping system for multiplayer is just like, what is your problem here? when devs don't do it. Like, everyone does it. Like, it's like, oh, does your game need text print? The answer is, a lot of times, no. Like, for example, the next Battlefield game doesn't have it. Why do I know that? It leaks completely right now. It's very funny, actually. But the reality is just, some shit like the pinging system is just good because everyone realized, wait, I need to communicate with people somehow, and if you for some reason want to keep this idea up that, oh, people can just use voice chat, are you stupid?
Like, I will never use voice chat with people. I don't know.
Listen, it's like, oh yeah, I've met some nice people over voice chat, but those were in controlled environments.
And it's very rare as well.
Yes, it is rare. Meanwhile, I can guarantee you, if I use voice chat online randomly, I will get insulted.
Girl.
Yeah. How is that cartoon again?
Or even more shittier.
How was that cartoon again? Bitch, I will impregnate you with my triplets? That's the normal response.
Okay, that's not even what I've heard of.
Yeah, there was like a cartoon where someone's like, hi, and then like the first response is like, bitch, I will impregnate you with my triplets. Also, it was a trans comic because she was like, nice, I'm voice passing. But it's not wrong, like the insults are there. It's just like, I know people are like, no, it's not that bad. Like, fuck you, we have data on it. Hi, Ryan! Welcome! God damn it, 5 people, that's nice. 5 people that can listen to the story of Bienenmeister 22.
Sadly, Lena isn't here, but what we have to tell Zeb, Ruby know already.
Ruby knows about it already, but Zeb doesn't know. I don't know if Ryan knows about it.
I think Ryan was there.
No, Rogers was there.
Oh. Sorry, my name memory is bad.
They're both R's, I know. How are you doing, Ryan?
I don't know anything.
Okay.
I think that's a safe thing to admit.
I wanted to bring it up anyway, so... Okay, here's the thing. Bienenmeister 22 is a German toy reviewer that lives in the USA, specifically on the east coast of the US. But we'll get to that. It's actually,
nice.
God, not him.
Yeah, that's that story. So the thing is, you know what's kind of the problem? What the main problem of toy reviewers is? Toys are expensive. So what do? Obviously, you go and order used toys. So he goes and orders some used toys from someone in California. Gets the box. It looks
that's his first mistake.
Why would you say that?
Going to California for used items is terrible.
Oh, why would you say
do
that? Why would you say that?
Well, so California is just it's the. If I were to use certain terms, it's a hive of scum and villainy for used items.
Oh, okay. So that's actually not
Don't buy used in California.
Okay, that's actually not what's currently going on. Yeah, the performance has currently.
The only people that should buy California is Denmark.
Okay. Nice.
Did you not see the meme?
I've seen it. It's a good one. Oh, I know it. But basically, looks at the contents of the box and it's like, everything's here. All right, goes to bed. So the next morning, they're going to 4K Hive City expecting and I have to be a prosperous place filled with likable chaps. Ooh boy, the California hate is out here. Okay, basically he goes to bed and the next morning wakes up, goes, gets a coffee, looks at his house, and it's like, that's a spider I've never seen. So he catches the spider and brings it to a spider specialist, and the spider specialist is like, yep, that's a black widow. Where did you find that black widow? And he was like, in my house.
Can you turn the objective on?
I can, I will do it. And so the expert is like, that's bad. So, one black widow isn't like the worst, right?
Yeah.
So
they're not the worst, but they're also a little They're a problem.
Yeah. So basically, he keeps seeing black widows in his house. Roughly 30 sightings per week.
Hold on. 30 per week.
Yes.
You have a nesting problem.
Also,
Yes.
you still haven't turned it on.
I have to. Fuck, I did.
It's not turned on.
Wait, I'm doing it.
You didn't do a good enough job of turning it on.
Yeah.
Eh. So basically, yeah, because probably in that bag from California was a pregnant Black Widow. So now he has Black Widows in his house. Shit. So for everyone who doesn't know, Black Widows, very small, like to crawl into crevices, clothing, and are
But they
poisonous.
can kill you, almost.
Venomous
Sorry, they're
again.
venomous. Venomous, and yeah, deadly venomous. So oops.
Yes.
Not good. Basically, now the question begins, what do? So he does, the normal stuff, like glue traps for mice, but, glue traps and, raid, shit like that. Doesn't work. Okay, what now? Obviously, you go to a professional. So he gets his house basically from, he gets his house gassed twice. Didn't work. They're still there. So, like, okay, fuck. The standard stuff didn't work. The professional didn't work. What to do now? Well, they have a plan. How about we just seal off our house completely and keep cleaning it and basically starve the things out? Doesn't work. Spider fun
What?
fact.
No, that's not how you solve a Black Widow problem. They're
By the way,
scavengers.
I'm muting.
No,
my
so wait,
computer's
wait,
audio, so
let
I don't
me-
like hearing this. 'Cause it makes me like.
Ruben, let me just explain.
Yeah, I mean,
Spider
it's
facts.
So
2 spider effects.
I
Two
can't
spider
think
effects.
You guys are saying right now.
First of all, Black Widows lay around 200 hatch eggs, per.
Per batch?
Yeah.
Second, they can store sperm.
They can store sperm. So, if a Black Widow mated once, she can just keep pumping those things out. Third, spider fact, there are opportunities.
You go, girl, I guess.
Yeah?
What? Yeah, and also Black Widows are opportunistic cannibalists. A fourth fun fact, Black Widows at a certain population size can sustain themselves of cannibalism. So, that one Black Widow literally yeeted out 200 small Black Widows, ate them, then started pumping out new ones to eat them. It's the circle of life. So starving out didn't work.
Circle of life.
So yeah, starving out didn't work. Oops. So what are you going to do now? Well, at this point, the guy is just,
Desperate.
he's desperate. Like, here's the thing: the professional didn't work. The normal stuff doesn't work. Starving doesn't work. And then his YouTube comments are like, "How about you just use some predators?" And he's like, "Great." So he goes and buys a tarantula. Like I said, a 4K underhigh filled with likable chefs and prosperity. So yeah, he just puts out a tarantula in his home, and it's like, you know what? Good spider. The tarantula hunted one Black Widow, then gets killed by the Black Widows while molting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, okay, fuck. Too big of a spider, doesn't hunt as much. So he goes and buys 2 Israeli huntsman spiders. It's like, two spiders, they're smaller. Yes. So the result of that was one huntsman spider kills the other huntsman spider, then gets killed by the Black Widows. Yes.
By the way, so just to be clear of my experience in this, I have actually stepped on a pregnant Black Widow. That was not a fun experience, by the way.
Oh yeah,
It was inside of the barn that I was sleeping in.
Ooh.
It was a renovated barn, by the way. I wasn't sleeping in some haystack or something like that.
I slept
It
in a
was
haystack once.
renovated barn.
It's nice. But yeah,
Finish the
nice.
story, please.
okay. Basically, so he's like, okay,
peace
fuck.
again.
Anyways, Spider's bad, Black Widow's worse.
Yeah.
Those
So-
spiders are nice. Okay?
Spiders are actually really nice.
You know
I
what?
love
Yeah,
them.
spiders are nice. I do actually have a couple of spiders that live in the area that I live in. They consume the bugs.
Yeah, spiders are great for you, and like spiders are like underappreciated.
Even Black Widows, like they don't want to hurt you, but if you have so many, you cannot avoid them, and so you squish them, and so they bite you, and then you die.
Yeah. So what he does next is he bought himself a lizard, and was like, lizard roams free. They just keep in mind the house is sealed. So he just leaves for a few days and it's like, okay, comes back, lizard is gone. No body. Nothing. No trace. To this day, they do not know what happened. The lizard just vanished from a sealed house.
Well, so knowing bugs, there's probably ways out. Knowing lizards, lizards are generally big and smart enough to find their way through bug trails. So most likely what happened is that the lizard probably found the bug trail that goes in and out of the house because you can't perfectly seal a house.
Yeah,
probably.
And the lizard got the fuck out of there because they realized they're way too outnumbered.
Yeah. Okay. So at this point,
I know that people will say lizards are people will have biases for lizards. But lizards are smart.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. I can vouch for
Speaking
reptiles.
of lizards, by the way, I went to a place called Iguana Beach. It's really cool. There were a bunch of iguanas there. It was really cute. I fed the iguanas.
Yeah.
Oh, have you finished yet, please?
Okay. Ruben. Okay. So what happens is that then he's like, okay, fuck, what to do? But his YouTube audience is like, you know what? We should help him. So they start sending him animals.
Reinforcing.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, and by the way, the guy has
You're
no idea.
feeding the Black Widows at that point.
The thing is, the guy just sits on okay, he doesn't know about a lot of these animals, so he just starts making small terrariums and jars and puts toys in them. Two people with ADHD fail to tell a story while two others listen in great pain. I don't have ADHD, I just get interrupted. The ADHD interrupts me. Anyway, the thing is...
I'm sorry,
It's fine.
So basically, he he makes little dioramas with he's terrariums and such, and just it's fuck. He sits in the house he can't sell because Black Widows, and now he just keeps getting animals from people. So what does he do? Well, just might as well turn them into content, right? So he starts putting them into arena fights. Like, for example, Praying Mantis versus Black Widow. Praying Mantis wins.
Oh my god.
If you're wondering where the whole animal fight thing on YouTube came from, that's where.
Yeah. That's also, by the way,
Are
why...
you fucking kidding me?
That is also
Seriously?
why they specify that insects still count as animal fights, because that guy kept uploading them. And it's then he's like...
Okay, so I will say the one reason where I'll be somewhat accepting of that determination, of that decision, I guess, on YouTube's part, is the fact that insect fighting in the jar is technically an ancient sport / custom, I guess.
But yeah, not really in this
So
case.
there's outside of this case, of course, yes, but in this case, it is absolutely not something that they should allow.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically he did stuff like that. Or, African Centipede versus Black Widow. If wait a second, African centipedes are horribly venomous, even more so than... Yes! Someone sent him an even more venomous animal.
Which he
It
handled.
doesn't matter how much of an apex predator you have, a billion ants will kill it.
Yeah, because
It's
here's the thing.
that kind of thing.
First of all, he handled those oftentimes without any protection because he didn't know that the thing was venomous.
He just had no idea. So shit happened and then it was the African centipede was 1v1 just bodied the Black Widows, but 1v3 lost. So yeah. Then he also just
Wonder how that would legally go. By the way, ADHD moment here. If you send a venomous creature to a YouTuber who is well known for receiving and making content off of the venomous creatures that they receive, even though they're not knowledgeable about venomous creatures, and you are still knowingly sending that venomous creature.
It's all
that
animal
venomous
trafficking.
creature kills them.
It's all
also,
animal
Yes.
trafficking.
Set aside the animal trafficking and any other like customs laws that you break.
Yeah.
Would it be murder
Yes.
if that venomous creature ends up killing the guy?
Yes.
And
No,
Because-
no. It would be what's the unintentional murder?
Manslaughter.
Yes, that.
manslaughter?
Yeah, probably
At least
that.
in the US.
It would be bonus points.
I
Yeah.
mean, here's the thing, though. In this case, it's not the man that's slaughtering; it's the
It's
insect.
classified as manslaughter.
Yeah.
Well,
I know.
probably close to murder.
Well,
I'm being pedantic.
yes, technically you hired an unpaid assassin.
That's great. I've heard that explained. I love that.
Okay, but just to get back to the case, basically he also got a snake. What kind of snake? His answer is I don't know. Anyway, so what happened is he basically went and was like, okay, he's like, fuck, he just does that because something has to pay the bills. The toy reviews are not doing it. So he just keeps doing that, like Snake versus Black Widow.
And other
Result:
stuff.
snakes don't eat spiders.
And spiders
Oh.
don't fuck with snakes.
Yeah, it's like nothing happened.
I think there are some snakes that I think do fuck with insects,
With
but
ants.
I
Yeah,
don't.
but
There's an
large
ant one.
ones, large insects. Like
Yeah,
huge
yeah.
squids. Not
But yeah,
Not the small ones.
So obviously YouTube does the right thing and says, "Yo, those are animal fights."
they don't do that. But because for him it's like that's my income, so he tries to rebrand them as educational content.
I mean,
And
that's
YouTube
what you
is like,
gotta do in those cases. Is you have to rebrand it as educational
Yeah,
content,
and then-
because otherwise you have no content.
and then YouTube was like, no, that's still just animal fights, my dude."
Obviously.
And so
He's
his
the kind of person that leads to you having to have a sign in the bathroom that says, "Don't shit on the toilet seat."
I don't know, like
And don't squat on the
Oh, I thought you were
toilet
gonna
seat.
say like, "Don't shit on the sink."
yeah.
Also, don't shit on the sink.
I mean, okay,
here's the thing: if you own a house in America and your house is unlivable and you need to pay rent somehow, I can get it at least why he did it.
Even Germany, I would say, yeah,
Work at McDonald's. Make a fucking OnlyFans. Who gives a shit?
That- I don't think McDonald's would pay enough for that, and I don't think OnlyFans would pay enough for that
fucking.
at that point.
I mean, depends
I'm just
on
surprised that he's
what
not in
your
prison.
OnlyFans content is, because some of that content can make a lot of money.
Oh yeah, some, yeah.
Yeah, and so basically, YouTube takes his channel down. So what is he doing now? His house burns down. Everything valuable was saved magically, but no, the house was
The animals as
burned
well.
down. And the animals as well. It just burned down.
Wait, are you
due to-
trying to describe? Are you trying to describe insurance fraud?
Oh no,
Yeah, it's
no.
insurance fraud.
I mean, it was probably insurance fraud, but at this point, like the insurance was just like, no, you just take the money. Like
You know what? In this case, I can see I can see how you could get away with insurance fraud, because you could use the excuse of, no, it was long term, not livable, so I was able to get all of my valuables out of there. But also, it's a house, and so you
Yeah.
owe me a lot of money for the insurance.
Yeah, basically he got a new house because his old house burned to ashes, and you're like, okay, you know what? Ironically, the meme was right. Just burn it to the ground. So
Sorry, Ruben.
So you're probably now like, okay, what happened? What happened afterwards? Well, he just kind of got a bit paranoid, which obviously. So he just was like, before I go into the new house, let's just disassemble our furniture. And so he just started disassembling them. Looked into the leg of his bed. There was an egg sack. So the Black Widows lived in his furniture. He threw it all out.
Yeah, once again, the acceptable response for finding Black Widows in your immediate vicinity is burn it all down.
Yep,
Perfectly acceptable.
it's perfectly acceptable.
On the other hand, when we heard the story, my first thought was just buy cellar spiders.
Yep.
They work.
And turns out, yeah, cellar spiders would work. Cellar spiders hunt Black Widows. Especially since they, for a few reasons. First of all, cellar spiders actually, can work together if they, are in groups. They make nets where, Black Widows nests. They also make nests that Black Widows cannot traverse as easily. Also, importantly, they are not harmful to you. They're venomous, but their venom is not, deadly to humans. It just,
so kind of like the daddy long legs.
yeah, daddy long legs is just like there is not like there are no real daddy long legs. It's just one thing that gets classified as, but it's not a daddy long.
Yeah, technically they're not a spider if I recall correctly.
No, you mean ophelids. Ophelids
Yeah.
are daddy long legs. A certain form of bugs are called daddy long legs, and cellar spiders are also called daddy long legs.
Yeah,
in some parts.
crane flies. Ooh, I don't know about crane
I'm
flies.
talking about like the six-legged, it's a long-legged, tiny body. It's more than venomous enough to kill a human, but its jaws aren't strong enough to pierce us.
That's a myth. That isn't correct.
Yeah.
Because the
I think you guys are missing the whole point of this story.
It's burn the
It's
house down.
basically don't live in America.
Because people can just send you animals.
I mean, that's not the only reason to not live in America. So
I mean,
there's plenty of other reasons too.
Fair point. But the thing is, his
he
house
also
burned
got
down
silkworms and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, the ophelids they don't even have fangs. They're scavengers.
Yeah. It's basically, cellar spiders would have worked because also the thing is, cellar spiders hunt by spraying silk on their target and then biting them. So basically, Black Widows are just outmatched. They would just have been outmatched by them.
Not like 100%, but yeah, in general.
Yeah. That's just a fun fact.
Yeah.
The answer to spider problem is more spiders. America's
I will say my answer to not necessarily spiders, but like other things going on in my some of the problems in where I live is actually the cave crickets. They're like friends. I don't know what you call them, but they're basically like crickets that eat like linen. Like they eat linens basically, but they're not like pests. I have some of them in my area. They're not harmful. They just bounce around a lot, and they don't eat anything that's that I care about. I don't know. They're insects that I find kind of cute, and they just kind of.
I get you.
I mean, I'm arachnophobic a bit, but yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, so far I'm the one that
I'm the one that spots the spider because I'm hypersensitive to them, and you're the one who brings them out.
Yeah, I also
you don't kill them?
No. Why?
I don't know. Just there.
Spiders are good for the environment, as we said.
Yeah.
They're in the wrong place, buddy.
Depends.
Stay here.
Lots of spiders you find in your home can't live outside your home. They're literally adapted to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With spiders, if I find a need to like get rid of them, I don't kill them. I just let them leave my home, or like I'll scoop them up and leave and take them away.
Escort them outside.
Yeah. Not usually with my hand. Not with my hands. I'll like take a piece of paper, put them on the piece of paper, and then go like that.
But that was the story of Bean Meister's 22. I hope you all liked it. Hope you liked story time.
Also,
I
I muted you for most of that. So, well, I muted all my audio, so I didn't really hear much.
I hope you liked it, Ruben, to hear it a second time, because Lena isn't here, so it will probably be a third time.
Oh God, please no.
It's just one of those internet stories where you're like, yep, that happened. Yeah, but back to topic. I think we were talking about Borderlands characters.
Not really.
I at least wanted to tell that if you play someone like, at least in 2 like Axton, it's like, oh, you drop down a turret and the turret does damage for you. You jumped at your own laser.
Yeah, I thought it was moving, but it didn't.
Okay. Like, for example, you have a turret that you prop down, and then the turret can.
Yeah, because you like turrets, if I remember correctly.
What?
Zeb likes turrets.
Yes.
Yeah, you plop down a turret and you can actually modify the turret more to like, oh, what kind of ammunition and damage it does. And also, you can even have skills that let you plop down 2 turrets at once.
And I think you can get one with a shield generator or something?
Yeah, I think that's the second game. I mean, in the first game, the turret is pretty simple. It's, you kind of just plop it down and then it's like, whoop, that's the turret. And, with a bit of a shield, while in the second game, it's... Okay, so there's a kind of a neat thing they're doing with the games, that basically every soldier class in the mainline games is from a different arms manufacturer. Like, the first one is a turret and is from the Atlas Corporation. In the second game, he's using Dahl, so his turret is also different. And the third game, it's not a turret, it's a mech. And she's using Vladov stuff. Did you ever hear about the guy who flew from America to France to stab a guy over a Call of Duty game? Oh boy.
I feel like that. I don't know the story itself, but I feel like I feel familiar enough with the concept.
Was he
that
from
I've probably
Florida?
seen it at some point. I think this is actually one of the cases where it wasn't actually Florida.
It was Florida.
Oh, it was?
From America.
Oh.
It is obviously fucking... Yeah, obviously someone flew to Florida. They became a Florida man for it.
America, fuck yeah.
I think it should more be like Florida. Oh no, what the hell happened here now?
We recently
Yeah, I
learned.
mean, even just more generally.
We recently learned that we have an equivalent in Germany to Florida.
Saxon.
Yeah, Saxony.
It's just more racist, but they still have some weird shit going on
That
there.
makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Especially given what happened to the Saxons what the Saxons did in their most relevant point of history.
Yeah, it's like
What, the Anglos?
Which
No.
is fucking the Anglos. That's their most relevant piece of history that the Saxons had.
and they're also they're also very racist, but that's a different point. It's like, oh, you're visiting Germany. We have wonderful spots where you even can go to the rural areas and be like, wow, this is much nicer. And then don't go to Saxony. Just don't go to Saxony. You don't want to ruin your image of this country.
Is Saxony that big, large region in the south?
No.
No, that's Bavaria.
East.
In the east, yes.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of.
No,
Would
it's
it also be Bavaria, given that half the shit
No.
Bavarian was called?
Bavaria has weird politicians, but Bavarians are actually very
Bavaria,
chill.
from what I've heard, Bavarians are very chill but weird.
Oh yeah,
is
Bavarians
fine.
are like, Bavarians are like, they have their own culture, and they're like, you like the, you're vibing with their culture, and I'm like, people who don't vibe with Bavarian culture, I do not get. It's like a red flag. It's like, no, I cannot vibe with those people. You cannot tell me like, oh, you know what, sitting in a beer garden with people and just enjoying, the weather, that's bad. I'm sorry, you lost me here. You literally fucking lost me here on like, you're against the concept of comfort at this point. Anyway.
Okay, so being Bavarian equals being comfort. Got it.
Yeah.
It was a French guy over a Counter-Strike game. Oh boy. I mean, the French can be like that.
Counter-Strike?
Yeah.
That's like really kind of like.
It just sums up everything. It was in Florida, it was the French, and it was Counter-Strike. So like, yeah.
Oh, since we're at,
It's like how many boxes do you want to check
Too many.
off?
since we are at weird internet histories, how about the story or the unverified story of Mithani and the Russians?
God damn. Okay, we can go that in a second. Can we just? I think we were finishing something up. You ADHD people are derailing something again.
Yeah, but
Wait,
I just don't
who
know
is the
what.
Russians?
Okay, so okay, we were talking about EVE Online earlier. And you know EVE Online has some very big alliances, which is more like, corporations are guilds. And guilds can assemble into alliances. And the biggest alliance is Goon Swarm.
Or was.
They rebranded into the Empire, but
Goon Swarm?
Hold
on. Goon Swarm?
They're called Goon Swarm.
In today's age and context, Goon Swarm means something very different.
I know, but trust me, back in the day, they literally just were Goon Swarms, and their symbol is a...
because they defeated an alliance called Band of Brothers by just spamming them with cheap ships.
Yeah, basically the thing is... Okay, you know what? Here's another history. Back in the day when EVE Online was, not as cutthroat as it was today, there was the biggest alliance was called Band of Brothers, and Band of Brothers just kind of dominated everything. And, scams were more like small scale. What happened
And
back
they were
then?
frowned upon. Same as with
frowned
flying.
upon. The thing is just, what basically happened was, the leaders of Goon Swarm kind of tried to scam someone, and then they were called from the guy like, hey, listen, I know you're scamming me. I am literally a leader inside of Band of Brothers, and I fucking hate that corpse.
Short Bob, by the way.
What?
Short Bob, by the way.
A short bot? What is that?
That's Bob. Band of Brothers.
Bob, yeah. Short for Bob. Sorry, you just throw that in. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking?
You should know your stuff
So
if you want to
basically,
tell the story.
he's like, I'm one of the guys at the head of Bob. I hate it there. They all suck. It's just basically they invited everyone and just never did anything to have a nice guild. We know that story. And he's just like,
that's your first mistake. Is you're never allowed to have a nice guild.
Yeah, but basically what happened is that Goon Swarm was like, oh, because he told them, I like you. I rather want to be with you. So he actually gave them access to the Band of Brothers forums and the guild. And here's the thing. They were still in a war with Band of Brothers at that point because Band of Brothers Bob wanted to take their fucking territory. And Goon Swarm literally just had this, as a tactic, just started spamming, weak ships because this was the only way how they could, in some form, hold them back. So what happened in an overnight action, basically, they completely eradicated the Bob forums while having their own safe for limit, dissolved the company before that they transferred all the assets to their own company. Literally founded a new alliance / company called Band of Brothers, so they couldn't just reform themselves instantly, and just killed the whole alliance in one fell swoop. And everyone was like, holy fuck.
Before I forget this real quick, I just want to say, everywhere that I've hit you so far with the stim packs or the stim gun leaves a blue dot on your
I see
model.
That's interesting. But yeah, basically, in this overnight action, the biggest alliance of the game was dissolved. And you're like, okay, that is one hell of a story. It actually gets kind of worse, as in, here's the thing, because a lot of people were still frowning upon the fact that, well, oh hey, what did you do? You spied, you did a lot of, they just broke a lot of unspoken rules at once. But also because they had the whole fucking
Run or die.
Whoops. Because they had the whole fucking I told you. Because they had, the whole
I
forums.
couldn't run because I got knocked to the side by one of the AG rounds.
Yeah, but those weren't mine.
Yeah. So basically,
Okay, so I can blame.
this wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
Anyway, what happened was they then released the whole forums, and turns out one of the devs at CCP actually cheated for Bob. Yeah, Bob was cheating, and Goon Swarm exposed everything. It was a fucking scandal.
But that's not the point I was wanting to bring up. I wanted to bring up the Russians.
Yeah, the thing is,
Because that story is verified.
Basically, after this incident, Goon Swarm just kind of broke the whole dam. Eve just became the cutthroat thing it is known for today, because that's just everyone just kind of started embracing it, because like they took down a whole alliance and it wasn't even just defeated, it was eradicated. Bob was gone. And that's why just leaning into that, because they're like, this is fun. So the thing is, there are a few groups in EVE Online. You know, you have the big alliances like Bob, you have some specialized smaller guilds, you have Test, and then you have some localized ones, like, for example...
you need to change the way you speak about it, because it should be past tense. I don't think Goon Swarm exists in any meaningful capacity anymore.
I think they still exist from what I know.
In any meaningful capacity.
They still exist in a meaningful capacity. Goon Swarm was not completely destroyed. They rebranded to the Imperium.
And were destroyed. They are not there in any meaningful capacity.
Lost, but I don't think...
They are not there anymore in any meaningful capacity.
Okay, you know what? We solved this one right now. No.
You don't solve it if you go to a wiki. You can solve it. Stop it.
Okay. Anyway, I still think they exist, but we... Shut up, both of you! I will not let ADHD interrupt this talk anymore. You want me to tell a story?
I can tell it as well.
Shut it up!
We shouldn't have a story, we should have ADHD chat.
Ah!
Stop screaming or I will mute you.
Okay, but here's the thing. What basically happened is there are a few groups, and some
Where?
are
Again.
in EVE Online.
Where? Still.
That have different...
Where?
What?
Where? They were.
There are certain groups.
Where? It's years since then. Stop it.
Okay. Basically, they were a group, and they the thing is, there is still a group, by the way, that is called the Russians, because like there's just a Russian alliance, a Russian guild.
Back then they were in a very unlucrative parts of nullsec. That's basically where there's no NPC police. It was, I don't know what it's called. It's basically the drone sector. It wasn't very lucrative, but that's where they were based.
Yeah, but the thing is, back then Goon Swarm tried to work together with them against another alliance. And there was this unspoken rule that, you don't work together with the Russians.
No.
Basically...
I tell the story.
No, shut up. I do it.
Now it's Akonya's turn.
Yeah. You don't even play EVE. You were too stupid for the tutorial.
Fuck off!
You know it's true.
No!
You know it's true.
God.
Basically, Goon Swarm and the Russians were allied. I don't know anymore directly against whom, but they were allied. And there was a player-owned station with a basic, nearly impenetrable shield. And inside there was a Titan. And back then, Titans were really, really strong. They could basically shoot over the whole system and destroy entire fleets.
They're basically moving Death Stars. Like, if you want to have a comparison, it's like...
Hold on, no, you can't say that. You can't say that because the Death Star
Stars
was
move. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Basically, they're Death Stars, but they look more like ships. They're literally on that power level. They're just that strong, and basically, they were impenetrable at that point.
No, they weren't impenetrable, but the shield of the player-owned station, short pause, pretty much was. So, they were strategizing with the Russians, Methani. Like, that story is not verified, have to repeat that.
Yeah.
Because you shouldn't trust Methani, but it's a good story.
He might lie all the time. Or not. We don't even know if the guy who shows up at EVE Online Cons was Methani. He says he was, and he showed up repeatedly, but we do not know if that actually was Methani or just some guy Methani knows that he sent over there.
Yeah, we don't know. So, they strategized, and there's like, tell me where he lives.
That is a Russian guy said, because they didn't find any solution.
So he's like, in which system he lives. He's in that pause the whole time, and he's like, no, tell me where he lives.
The Russian guy's plan was, tell me where he lives in real life, because when the fight comes, his guys are at his house and cut the power, so he can't log on, meaning the the ship is not usable.
Well, that's one way to use the Russian mob.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they did that. And after that, Britannia was like, we are never going to start beef with the Russians. They are playing differently. So yeah, that's that story.
Yeah.
So I was going to go on to the Russian talk of, have y'all heard about America's recent fuck up?
Which one?
Which one? Yeah.
The one that everybody can't stop talking about. The fucking
Which
text,
one?
The group chat.
Do you know
The
how?
fucking group. The fucking group chat.
Ah, yeah.
So some data miners and people who were willing to buy things from data brokers.
Der Spiegel, German.
Found out that the head of our national security has a Russian cell phone number.
Oh, is this from the Der Spiegel leak?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is for the Signal leak.
No.
This is the Der Spiegel part of it. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was
that's a German. That's the German.
I don't know. Either way, so the email that was tied to the Signal account is supposedly tied to a Russian cell phone.
Yeah, obviously, fucking,
Yeah.
obviously, there's that. It's just kind of amazing how the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic just sat in their group chat, and you know what's even better, that they now told, like, oh yeah, we now told Elon Musk that he has to find out how they got hacked. And it's like, these fuckers really think technology is magic and Elon is the wizard king and he can just solve it. Like, how did
Just
he get in
print
here?
out the-
He wasn't
Because they don't understand
invited.
it.
Just print out the code of Signal and mail it to Elon Musk.
Like, the thing
If
is,
anyone understands
there
that
was
joke,
no-
because she's just talking over me.
no.
So you don't remember that one? Elon was once like to his programmers, they should
that
just
thing,
print
yeah.
out the code of,
Oh
of a
god,
program.
that's so stupid. I mean, I can't get that because Signal is again encrypted and open source. So like, but again, there was no hacking because guess what?
Oh no, yeah, no. People didn't hack for Signal information. They literally just bought it from a broker
Yeah, but also like
because
the guy.
Signal just sells their data.
Lol. Did they really just sell the
Yeah.
data?
Yeah.
Do we know
Not
Signal
all of the
did that?
data, but they sell like emails
ow,
and stuff
ow.
and passwords. Sorry.
From what I know, it's open source. So you know.
I don't find the last thing to blow up here for the...
I don't see it either.
New mag.
Oh god. That's not how you kill it.
Is it not? Oh.
No.
From what I know, this wasn't like from Signal, but like they just
there
lost
it is.
it in a stupid way.
Ah, there.
But anyway,
We're safe now.
Yay. it's just embarrassing what happened there. Yeah, but also the whole who hacked their accounts is like no one hacked their fucking accounts. The guy got into the
No,
group chat because he was
that's the thing,
invited.
though, yeah, that's the thing. No, that's not what happened. They're investigating what happened. No one can know what happened because they're investigating it. They're
yeah.
looking into it really hard.
Yeah.
They're really trying to find out what happened.
Other than the guy got invited.
Yeah, no,
It has to be hacked.
that was the funniest thing. That was one of the funniest things is they literally said, "Oh no, we don't know what's happening," and then the guy a day later, like that same day, the editor of the Atlantic basically just posts the picture of saying like, "Yeah, no, this is the guy that invited me."
You know what would be even more funny
He's your
if they
best
added
friend.
him to the crisis group chat? Because they obviously got a crisis group chat to be like, what the fuck do we do? Right? Before they
Probably.
added him to that. What the fuck do we do?
It's just
I don't know.
amazing, but yeah. Currently, a lot of shit happened. I mean, hey, we also the German Luftwaffe also just catched a Russian spy plane off the coast of Germany without flight plans plans and transponder signal. You know,
Nice.
yeah, just clearly aiming at the inland, and it's like, They were told go back to Kaliningrad, and they did that, but also like,
You mean Kongsberg?
They were just on lunch break.
Yeah.
That's what it was. They were on lunch break.
Yep.
God.
We're just eating, and
they-
you're in
yeah.
a jet.
You know what? They were eating. They were in a jet. They wanted some bratwurst, some authentic German bratwurst, and we're just like, yeah, you know.
No.
There.
They were trying to defect. That's what they were doing.
Ah, yeah.
It was a special
They're
flight
there.
operation.
Run, yeah, run.
Yeah, there's shit to collect.
No,
Go
run.
back and do it.
No, you run finally.
Reloading.
God.
Couldn't kill them easily with
Yeah,
incendiaries.
welcome all the new people to talk about this on this channel, which is just a lot of times weird shit.
We
and
talk
then
about we talk about current events sometimes.
Yeah.
and
Also-
trains.
Yeah.
And also me trying to.
So I'll give you a UK example of what's going on in the US. So this is on BBC News basically, but the person didn't properly dispose of what would be classified as official sensitive documents. Basically, they were stuffed in a garbage bag and just ended up scattered along the street. And the guy, like,
Oh, there's a bunker
said-
here.
Gave,
Yeah, I'm with you.
gave the
Have you
documents to the police and be like, "Hey, I found something weird here."
forgotten? You go further.
But somebody's going to be fired over that,
Yeah.
and the level of classification for those things is orders of magnitude below what got leaked in the US, basically.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, if that had happened like 6 months ago, they would have been fired.
Oh yeah.
No, not just fired, but arrested. Like that's I
God
think,
forbid Hillary did this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. I mean,
what
no,
the fuck
no
do
shit.
Democrats actually set? What do you think the Democrats should actually do? Because
Something
I
like.
On one hand, I want them to yell. I want them to be as obnoxious as Republicans have been about this kind of shit. But also, on the other hand, I do admit that they can't really do shit about anything right now.
Yeah.
They
Also.
can be loud and they can be performative, but they know that people don't like that. But also, they maybe understand that people do want them to do.
They
that,
want
or
to
at
do
least
yeah.
show something. Something is better than nothing. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, something right now is like the shittiest thing that nobody wants to happen.
So who has the data? Why is it over there? I think it dropped at the bunker.
No.
Ruben,
I don't know where it is.
you're
Actually.
close by. Can you go pick that up? The thing I pinged.
I
I'm
think
going
it
there.
just despawned and spawned.
No, I'm going there. It's still
I
there.
think it just despawned. You can't say no to that.
No, okay, yeah, I'll head there.
You know what? It probably did despawn, given how close it is to the
Original.
or like how it's like lined up with the original.
Yeah, something happened and it just got relocated
Yeah.
to the original spawn.
Also, by the way, Ryan is correct. No, it's lying at the bunker. When I pressed the button, it fell down, and I didn't notice. I think. Yeah, it's still here.
Okay, then it was wrongly shown on our screen.
Okay. I do not know what you're looking at, but it was clearly visible on my map, at least. Oh God.
Didn't look at your map at the time, but no, for us it was literally where it originally was, like directly in there.
Anyway, but yeah, as Ryan points out, yeah, the chat had messages set to delete after 4 weeks, which is a federal crime against the Government Records Act. But you know, here's the thing. That's the
We'll
thing.
just delete. Trump
So,
will just remove
so-
the Federal
okay.
Records Act or
So
whatever bullshit.
so there's some weird technicalities on this in which I think that they're trying to get away with things.
Let's just be
So
real here.
yes, it's a violation, but also technically it's not government communications because It's
Yeah, but
private
also,
through a corporation, but also it is government communications because they are discussing something that is government. They're discussing government functions, which is military functions,
yeah.
which also technically is not government functions because they're not supposed to be discussing government functions on private
Where was the thing I
cases.
meant to pick up?
It basically just ignore it, Ruben.
Yeah, it
it
resolved
wasn't
itself.
actually there.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Yeah. So it's basically a whole bunch of like back and forths that will be that are a headache for courts that actually end up showing that they are shitheads who don't actually understand what they're talking about. But it's a bunch of BS that the courts have to go through and like organize themselves through in order to like prove, oh no, you are shitheads.
also, let's just be real here. The thing the Trump administration currently is pulling is a little known loophole called "Who will stop me?" Because the reality is, we saw it. A bunch of Democrats are like, you know what? We can't just shut down the government over something. Rather, we just
No.
pass
Hold on.
laws with them.
The main thing about shutting down the government is that quite literally all spending powers go to the executive branch.
Yeah,
all
but
of
you know,
them.
no, Ruben, they
There's
fucking pass.
Not necessarily, Ruben.
No,
Actually,
no,
there's
okay.
so it's not that all spending powers go to the executive branch. It's that the only ones left are the executive branch's spending powers, which are generally pretty limited. That said, we live in an age of who knows if the executive branch is going to follow what they're supposed to do and not do what they're not supposed to do.
And it's like it's kind of amazing that they're just like, no, we have to work together with them to just you know, and if we work together, then what? They just.
I will say, as an American citizen and as a resident of Washington D.C., every single congressman, Republican and Democrat and Independent, is a bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
And yes, I am saying that even about our great and wonderful Bernie Sanders. He's given up on actually doing good, and he's just in ready to retire mode. As much as I hate to say it.
I mean, he's
Bernie
currently
is
campaigning,
a shell of
but
what he
yeah. I don't know if the campaign will actually do something.
He's campaigning, but it's honestly, it's as someone who's here, it's for show. Even if he believes otherwise, it's not. All of the campaigning that he's doing is just for show. It's not going to change anything.
So what's the solution? Military coup?
Who the fuck knows?
Or,
Well,
I don't know.
A military coup is always
I don't know.
is always a solution, but pretty much always not the best solution.
You know what? Listen,
For
you don't.
now, the only solution that seems to be like a direction that we're going is the wait until midterms and figure it out solution.
You know what? Can
Which
I
is
say
not a good solution in any sense of the word.
Yeah, you know what? But it's
what's
the
the
one
bet
that
the
we have.
Republicans make gains in the midterms, to be honest?
I mean,
just the shit state of the world. Because you know they're not going to vote
This
for
is the thing.
Democrats.
There's a possibility, but if they
Demo-
do, it'll be a lot of like the libertarian ones and the ones that are like opposed to Trump, because a lot of Trump's policies are actually preventing your 84-year-old grandmother from getting her Social Security check
I mean,
and stuff
yeah.
like that. And there are a lot of town halls where Republicans have actually literally been told, do not do town halls because you are going to get asked questions you're not allowed to answer.
And also they just
But when I
get
say
booed.
not allowed to answer, I mean like it's not good for the Republican Party if you answer them.
Yeah, like they're currently getting booed the shit out of the town halls.
Yeah.
But like, here's the thing. I don't know. You know what the best? You know what the best thing is? Do the same thing as fucking Turkey.
Huh?
Pikachu escaped from the fucking police in Turkey. By the way, that was amazing. That video.
Yeah, but
Like,
the main
literally
thing
Google-
about those protests is that they need to be constant, and Americans don't protest constantly.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. You know, we even here in Germany we have more constant protests. And Turkey
See,
does
I
it.
would
Hungary does
protest
it.
if the thing about my job is that my job is what would allow people to protest if I do my job.
Yeah, but
So, like, because
No,
I
bring the children
basically
to the
babysit their
protest.
kids while they go out and protest.
but
Bring
like
the kids to the protest.
Yeah, but are there any?
I-
These are human shields. These are
I
useful.
oh God, I'm not gonna skip that one.
no, it's
I'm
like
not Elon.
don't do that.
I
Yeah,
won't
he,
use a child
that's
as human
that's
shield.
probably the most disgusting part about him. That he literally brings his childs as fucking human shields.
Yeah,
It's
but
just-
for them to bring children to a protest, there would also need to be protests.
Yeah, that's the thing. People would need to do something, and right now I feel like that is.
I will say
Yeah, some.
there are regular protests. It's just that they don't often
They're
get big
tiny.
enough.
Yeah,
There's
they're
no
tiny.
organization.
Yeah.
That's
There's
the
no
thing.
organization. There hasn't been any good liberal based protest organization since March for Our Lives. Which was the student-led thing after the shooting in I forget what it was. I think it was a school in Florida or something like that, or Georgia. I forget exactly where it was, but it was It was a school shooting back in like I want to say 2018, something like that.
Yeah.
I went to that protest.
Yeah.
It was massive. But
It's just-
ever since then, it's just been like every protest is just kind of like, oh, you get like a 1,000 people or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, even the
Like,
BLM ones, or
I
well,
think
they were more riots.
it's
so the
both, but,
BLM
like-
ones. The BLM ones are all community based, and they're not like nationally run. Or
More
well,
localized.
so they do run nationally, but all of the ones that like make any like numerical or political waves, like any
organized
of the ones that
locally.
are actually relevant are the ones that are organized locally.
Yeah, that's
that
the
said,
thing.
Unfortunately, the U.S. is so massive and so.
I mean,
Need of violence then to really change
No,
something. Then
No, that's not what I'm saying. Is we're so massive and so like locally dispersed that we need national level protests that are of the likes of the civil rights movement and what Martin Luther King Jr. did. The problem is that we don't have any leaders who will step up to that kind of role. I mean, we have leaders. We have people who are popular and who could potentially step up to fill that role,
But
like
they're not
AOC
doing-
and Hakeem Jeffries. But they don't want to do that kind of stuff because I don't know. Maybe
Risky.
it's not their kind of thing. Maybe
I mean-
it's too risky.
I mean, I can just say one thing.
Weren't there already students deported for protesting? At least
Oh,
I
yeah,
heard something
that's
in the
also
news
happening.
about that, but I don't know if they actually were deported or if it just.
I think they're currently in custody.
Yeah,
But
they're
don't know
currently in
detention.
custody. I think for those specific students, with the exception of I think one of them, which I think was a more of like a doctoral student / researcher, who got their this is what the administration is trying to do. They're trying to revoke green cards or
Yeah.
visas in order to kick people out who don't necessarily need the visa anymore.
I mean, it's
or
also
on the
just
verge of not
random.
needing the visa. Here's
So
the thing: it's not necessarily random. It seems random because of how inefficient and terribly organized.
I mean,
it
it's
is.
also inhuman
But
and shit.
there
But
is-
yeah,
Yeah, there's method to it essentially. Basically, they find essentially a random Twitter user will post about them, and Elon or some Republican will see that tweet,
yeah.
and they'll be like, "Oh, we're looking into this," and then they'll hyper focus and target that one person.
Yeah, that's true. Which is, again, wow, that's so fascistic. Holy shit. I don't think that's controversial to fucking say.
Also,
It's just, yeah.
why are you using that perk?
What? I just put it in because everyone else has. It's useful.
It can be on certain plans, but on urban maps it's relatively useless.
We are not only in urban stuff here, but yeah.
I enjoy the perk. But that's more of my own self-inflicted detriment.
I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not
It's just
that
yeah.
important.
It's just, but just to wrap up, the USA currently a shit show. What I just said is you would need something like, you know, the protests in Hungary and Turkey and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I know this is more like I'm not saying this will happen. It's more like, I mean, it would even be
in
enough
terms
if
of
they
number
started.
of people, because
Yeah,
think
it
the
would
population-wise,
it would be
outside
enough
of
if it
the-
started in the main population hubs, because like the population of the USA is very dispersed. Like the central part, there are not that many people there compared to the cities on the coast, which
You
Yeah,
have
but
also
still.
the problem that lots of people expect like a leader, and for
Yeah.
that you do not have enough
Yeah,
community
the problem is we don't have a central focal point to rally behind.
yeah,
That's
there's
the problem.
basically you need a spark, and that hasn't happened yet. So
My point is you don't even really need a leader. A leader emerges sometimes, but what you mostly need is actual community that can organize itself, and that ability has mostly been lost over the years in many countries.
yeah, I mean the thing is in
Yeah.
Turkey, for example, I would also say if you look at what happened, they basically Erdogan was also not popular in in Istanbul and such anyway.
I think it just
But
got
also-
us three instances of super credits.
Nice.
Oh, nice! That's
Nice.
nice.
Yeah.
Also, Trump is still relatively popular, or comparatively.
Depends, but it
I mean, there
yeah.
are lots of instances where, like, some of his voters found out the hard way that they're
I mean,
affected. They're affected too, but I don't know how many that actually are.
Yeah,
So
basically
there's a portion of the voters that are like federal employees, and they genuinely did know of some actual fraud. I guess the fraud and inefficiencies that Elon loves to talk about. But I will point out that these people who are pointing these things out have admitted that all of the cuts and stuff that have been made, out of all of them, maybe 2% of all of those cuts actually eliminated actual fraud and actual issues. Otherwise, literally it did nothing.
They're cutting into the bone rather
Yeah.
than just.
I think the only
but by the way,
numbers wise, the only thing I think it was confirmed that they saved so far was 8 billion or something.
2 billion.
2
Something
billion.
like
Yeah,
that.
2 billion.
It's not
Not much.
It's so bad. It's so bad that they don't even they even got rid of a lot of the data that showed how much they saved.
I mean, yeah, but also
Because they want to masquerade the whole thing, and they want to make it seem like they're.
I mean, is it
actually
also
being-
about saving, or is it about
Yeah.
the fact that Elon is basically cutting all the things he dislikes and gives themselves more funding? Because if they would have actually, cut costs, they would have stopped subsidizing a lot of shit he does.
So I've said this since the I've said this since the first Trump turn. The entire purpose of their of the Trump presidency is to siphon money from the U.S.
Yeah.
taxpayer into the pockets of the wealthy.
No fucking
Yeah,
question about
literally-
that.
State
So
capture,
my primary
literally state
example-
capture.
Well, so my primary example of all of this is that Trump would force the Secret Service to spend money, to pay him to guard him at his resort that he did not divest from.
Yeah.
And
And
the whole Trump media stuff, the Trump coin,
Yeah.
yeah,
the Bitcoin, everything's it's just money.
it's just about the money. So yeah, I don't think we even need to talk about that a lot more. It's just, yeah. What can we say aside from it's just obvious that this is about the fucking money, and these people are just that's why I say in hindsight, oh, more super credits. The antagonist of Borderlands 2 aged so morbidly well because he's the same fucking kind of monster that Elon is. Literally.
Just more competent.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, that's the problem.
Actually, I'll disagree here a little bit. At least the guy is fucking charismatic.
I wouldn't even call him dad, but I mean, okay, yeah, I guess at least dad. And also he's
a
competent.
little charismatic. Elon isn't in the least bit charismatic.
Yeah. Also, like as Agonia said, he's too competent because, like, but still. Oh, hey, look, someone who constantly pesters you with his really shitty jokes thinks he's the funniest guy around.
Yeah.
But it's just like, again, a fucking monster that thinks of his daughter as property and exploits her. Oh boy! Yeah. That is uncomfortable. God damn it, Gearbox.
Oh, did you see the fight with Hassan Piker on Twitter?
Yeah, we just talked about that a while ago.
I don't really care about his
No, it was more just funny.
It was just they basically called him a fraud, and then the
Someone
Assassin's Creed
activate the
account
console.
said, and then the Assassin's Creed account just slided into, and then we're like, oh, is that what the guy that plays your Path of Exile 2 account told you to say? We're just like, ooh.
Oh yeah. That.
And then Grumps was like, that might not save Ubisoft, and he just said, our game is out. Just.
I will say,
I can't activate the terminal.
Okay, why?
I'm telling. You try.
I don't know.
That?
Do you have to?
Yeah, I can't either, so I think it's glitched.
Can I?
Can try.
I can't.
Yeah. That's what we were saying.
What the fuck?
I couldn't activate it at any point, so.
What the fuck?
I did once have this issue, and I was able to eventually.
You don't have the SSD drive inserted?
You can't. It's closed. You have to activate the terminal first.
Wait, do we have to call in the SSD?
We already have her at.
Yeah, we already have.
So we have it?
Yeah, we have it. It's up here. Let me just check again. Doesn't work.
Yeah, that's the.
I think that the mission is bugged. Great.
Abandon it, or?
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, can't do it. Abandon mission with squad, I guess.
Yep.
Arrowhead, please.
Also, more fun things. Zeb, what do you think about we getting Atlantis in Victoria 3?
Yeah.
About what?
We're getting Atlantis in Victoria 3.
You have seen there's a Death Diary trade rework.
Yes. Oh, it took me a moment to understand that. I like what I read about what I read in the Death Diary.
Same.
I think it's a good direction. I think that especially like the implied stuff for the state trading, that really interests me because I think that private trade needs to occur on some level in the game. Just in a similar way to how private construction occurs in the game.
Yeah.
Although I know that that's not the ideal, like, what's it called? It's not the ideal status of construction. It's a decent enough, like, midpoint. But I do think that So, in my opinion, I think actually this trade change I think it'll potentially move the meta away from just construction maxing, because essentially because of private trade, construction maxing will most likely crash markets, which will make construction unprofitable.
I don't think construction will ever be unprofitable.
Maybe not completely unprofitable, but it'll cause issues with it that we haven't had before. This is just my. I don't have it fully, like, the thought process fully mapped out yet.
I mean, we still need to learn about the other part.
Yes,
that's the key part.
My guess is that unless you properly balance your trade, like your potential trade with it, then I have a feeling that there's so many layers to this. It's hard to explain in a short bit. I mean, but basically, like the valuable factors to keep in mind are basically when you build more, as you build more industries, and so, for example, you build a whole bunch of iron, a whole bunch of coal, and like whatever else you need for construction. My guess is that probably the AI will build trade centers in order to privately trade out your excess product.
You don't
Now, it
control
won't be
that,
super-
though.
Yes, so you don't control that. So it'll be a little bit of balancing that the AI does, but also I will think that you'll have a bit more influence. So you'll simultaneously have a bit more influence on making certain goods get really low in price or really high in price, like
Reloading.
affecting the market.
Rare sample acquired.
But I also feel like there's a part of it where you will, what's the word?
Requesting advanced weaponry.
So controlling the market, but also that the private sector will probably also respond to you, say, making coal super cheap. They may try and export it privately.
I mean, duh.
Well, that's what we've
yeah.
already been doing manually.
If we can automate it, that's good.
Yes, but the mechanics in how much gets exported and that kind of stuff, I feel like it seems like it's a
That
more
part-
efficient and better system that will ultimately provide more production or more consumption.
Not necessarily, no. Because we have no data on that.
Yeah, we just need to see
Because
what
what you
happens.
what you currently do, for example, is you buy raw goods like iron and coal mostly, or fabric and stuff, and then you produce finished goods with it, like alcohol, tools, clothing, and that you export.
Clear the area.
Thus, your private construction queue builds iron and stuff, and the private construction queue, which is the whole AI empire outside of your, also builds that. That's what we're currently doing.
Yeah.
So the thing that will change stuff, though, is the one thing
by the way,
they introduced. And
Anyone
that's-
can come over here. Here's a bunker.
and that's embargoing and actually blockading will be introduced.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
that's
if
gonna
the
be
English start blockading you from shit, that's the thing where we actually will see changes in gameplay.
Oh yeah, that's
Because
gonna
I
be-
don't,
Yeah.
at least from
I definitely think that countries are going to be more interconnected via trade
Yeah.
than they are right now.
which is
definitely.
good. Also, since
Yeah.
it will still not change like the construction meta, because in the end everything you do is based on your construction, but you have more
Yeah.
more viable buildings.
Anyone is coming.
If you spawn me in,
Give it
I
some
can do it.
time.
I can help you.
Okay.
But you will have more viable strategies of making money, like for
Yeah.
example with Argentina and meat.
yeah,
Since,
you can just.
since comparative trade advantage
Yeah.
will be in some form, even though they haven't been gone into detail yet, I think it might become a viable strategy to produce stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that might have been where I was trying to go with what I was saying, is that there's going to be more viable strategies, basically.
I mean, it's still
not
the same.
necessarily that they're.
It's the
yeah.
same strategy,
I mean, not to
it's
say
just-
that some strategies aren't viable right now.
Depends on how you define viable. My
yeah.
point is, it's always the same strategy, but you have a different mechanisms to generate money outside from just
Yeah.
spam clothing.
I mean, ultimately, the only viable strategy is build more and produce more consumption.
Produce more consumption,
Like-
and how do you do it? You can sometimes induce it with trade and stuff, but in the end, it's building more stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although trade will be more impactful on that, just a little bit, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Trade should be impactful in this age, especially when you have the concepts of things like mercantilism and trade-based economies.
Mercantilism might actually be pretty good now, so...
Trump should have played Vicky 3.
I mean,
What?
Dropping package.
yeah,
Trump should have played with Vicky 3.
Ruben, why...
I still don't understand acoustically.
Yeah, do you just talk over us?
No, he doesn't talk over us. I was asking and it just...
Why? Because he would know that trade is impactful and that, tariffs and impacting trade affects the economy.
Oh.
So you're saying Trump should have played
Oh,
Vicky 3.
That's what I said.
And
Trump should have
no,
played
we
Vicky.
didn't.
We didn't hear the word Trump.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I asked.
Also, I don't think Trump would understand that.
No, of course
And
not.
Vicky 3 currently is not very conducive to learning that lesson.
Even then, still.
It does try and teach you that lesson, but it doesn't do a good job of it right now.
I mean, the thing that Vicky 3 teaches you is tariffs are bad because you trade less and you don't make money from tariffs.
Yeah.
In that sense, maybe
I
that.
got the terminal.
True, but I don't think that the game does a very good job of explaining that.
No, it's
Yeah,
just the
it's-
reality of the game, that's all.
Because ultimately trade is not very well implemented right now.
It's,
Yeah,
But hey, maybe that'll change.
Yeah, it's not very. It's very powerful right now, but not
Yeah.
not very realistic in any shape or form.
Right now, those trade buttons for tariffs are literally just for creating corn laws.
Mostly, yeah.
fair point, actually. I mean,
There's not much other use for it. You can play full games and do world conquest without touching those buttons.
yeah,
Of course,
that's
of
true.
course.
Oh, super credits. Nice, I'm already at 700. So, but yeah, that's one thing.
I'm very
But we'll have to see when this even comes out. This is why I was asking if people were interested in, maybe playing Borderlands in the meantime. Borderlands 2 to be specific.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
No.
Like it's still co-op.
I mean, I think we had another Vicky 3 idea, although maybe we want to save that for the update. I don't know.
I mean, if it has anything to do with trade, I'd say let's wait for that.
Probably. I
mean,
think the idea that we had was a bit more competitive and slightly more oppositional. But I think we can do so much more with being oppositional towards each other with
good trade.
the changes to trade.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem hovering over the game right now, because 1.9 now is like, oh hey, we're really reworking trade completely, and you're like, yeah.
Well, can you turn it more?
Sure.
So
No.
There you go. Done.
Yeah, where's the bunker? I'm on my way.
we already
Unless
opened
Barney
it.
did it.
Already
Okay.
did it. No worries. I mean, actually, for everyone currently in the audience, would you actually be interested with some Borderlands 2 on Fridays? I mean, it's kind of ironic how, for me at least, for me, the co-op game of this year was, Monster Hunter. And now that I saw more of Borderlands 4 and I played Monster Hunter Wilds, it's like, actually, it's probably gonna be Borderlands 4. And I know, probably at the end of the year, a lot of people will be angry at me when I say this is, the better co-op game, but, they kind of win halfway by just being able to play through it co-op from start to finish.
Yeah.
Fair point. I mean, for Ryan,
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those games where I would say it really depends on how well do you know how to play them, and also if you have a group.
I will say also, I feel like Borderlands might be more so getting into the nitty gritty of content creation here. I feel like Borderlands might not fit in with the Friday crowd.
Yeah.
That's true, probably.
I could, but
We've somehow found a niche where both Vicky 3 and
Helldivers.
Helldivers somehow fit into this in a similar niche, but I think that's partly because of our conversational aspects of the streams. And I'm a little hesitant to say that a more story or content-rich game like Borderlands might introduce some struggle with that.
I mean, there isn't much.
I mean, there is some story, but like not as much. Like it's
Well,
mostly just doing
that's why
stuff.
I went to like being saying like content rich.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. Like.
Like so, there's RPG elements and there's some other stuff that you
Yes.
don't normally have, and I feel like Helldivers is a bit more conducive to
Mm.
just kind of like sitting around and shit talking and stuff like that.
Actually, I think they're even more laid
For
back,
us,
but
it's probably
yeah.
easy because we played enough RPGs. We kind of know how to not fuck up.
I mean, honestly, it's also just not the hardest game because you just usually
Yeah.
you don't need to aim even that much. You just shoot at people and it's like it's still an RPG. But yeah, I get when it's not for someone.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those game series where it's like either that you vibe with them or don't. It's like
I mean, I could also say that we maybe have forced the community into
you will
accepting Helldivers as a secondary thing.
I mean, maybe
We had to have something.
fair point.
We
And this
could
was
do
just-
Age of
You can't
Wonder.
just play Victoria free for 4 years, like
I mean, yeah, we could
2
have done.
years of that non-stop.
I mean, we could have done Age of Wonders. That's true. Maybe we did also
I
Monster
think-
Hunter on Fridays. Oh wait, there's something to open. But yeah.
Wait, do you have Monster Hunter, Sep?
I'm still
Yeah.
not high ranked. I've for various reasons.
I mean, you can maybe get to that soon. I think there's an event
I'll
quest
eventually
now.
get to I'll eventually get to high rank hunter.
Yeah.
But it's probably not happening all that soon.
I mean, let's just. I just need to say this. I think I said it already, but like, boy, is the first title update the expected letdown. I know some people are like, oh, it's so great, but like, listen. Everything in the first title update was baseline content in every other Monster Hunter game. It's
they fixed
literally
optimization as well. Or...
what? No, they just it's just literally it's like, oh hey, here's a gathering hub. Oh wow, baseline feature in literally every other Monster Hunter game from launch. Here are arena quests. Oh boy, baseline feature from every other Monster Hunter game.
I will say that may just be a rushed game.
It is a rushed game
problem.
thing. But like,
But
let me just.
that's less so on the actual game title and more so of an issue on the side of the devs. Can
no,
someone
that's-
frag grenade me out of here, or I guess you can't.
I mean, wait a second. I'm just doing. There we go. Oh,
Thank you.
the thing I will keep saying. Yeah, they had to rush it out. That it's still in Q4. That's the thing. It's obviously rushed game, but the thing I kind of hate is just the fact that people are pretending as if this first update is great. And like, you can be angry at the fact that the first update has to patch in literally baseline stuff. Not to mention that the one quote-unquote new monster, like in every previous title, okay, where they started introducing monsters with updates, World and Rise, every new monster, cool, thank you, Zep, you killed me.
You're welcome.
Every new monster was added at the end of the game. They were strong monsters that you unlocked at high ranks. It was like stuff like Devil Joe or more Elder Dragons. Mizutsune,
I will say,
can I finish?
adding in.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mizutsune, you
Yeah.
literally unlock at a very low high rank, as if it
Hunter
was as a very low hunter rank in high rank. Basically, immediately after you enter high rank, as if she was like planned to be a fucking main base game monster that they just cut out to pretend as if they have a new monster for the first update. Because no one here's the thing. The armor game in the armor game right now is already bad. Basically, you run two types of armors with one or two, slotted into there. Now that Zoshia, the absolute joke of a boss, is actually available in high rank. That
Will be.
will be available in high rank. So yeah, by the way, the boss of the game was just not done. It was literally one fight you can do, and now they actually were like, oh, you can fight it again with high rank armor to build. That might switch up some of the builds, but Mizutsune won't change shit. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
So,
So I
yeah.
will say some of this is not. I will say that the key thing to remember is a lot of this isn't really something that you should like shit on the devs for.
Oh no, Zep.
This
Let me be clear here.
Management type of issue with.
Let me be
rushing
clear here. I do not
hey,
shit
so
on.
I'm probably gonna head now
Okay.
to bed. Sorry.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
I
Bye.
wasn't trying to interrupt.
Good night.
Okay. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
I just want to make this very clear. I'm not shitting on the devs. They got handed
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bad card, and they have to deal with it. What I will blame it on is, though, that management and Capcom themselves try to present an update that is literally patching in baseline shit that was either unfinished, with some sprinkle of we cut it out to pretend like it's a new update thing, and everyone is praising it as if this is a great thing. No, it isn't.
Okay. So if I were somehow like management or a developer, I had to do this kind of thing. I would probably say, okay, we're going to have to create a narrative for this.
Oh
We're
yeah,
going
no,
to have,
I
like,
get it.
kind of a meta narrative, like the basically
Zep, I get
haven't
that part.
expanded the game. Yeah.
I get that part. What I really just hate is the fact that people are just eating that shit up because it is so obvious that, sorry, this is the obvious patch for shit that was supposed to be in the base game. We should not fucking mince words over that. It is, and yet people are pretending, no, this is just nice free update that the game needs. It won't fix the problems of the game, let's just be real here. But like, I just keep saying that honeymoon phase is gonna come crashing down when people realize, wait, that just was supposed to be base game stuff. Like, duh.
I understand why they spin it that way, but I think it would be way better if they would just admit
Yeah, that's just like...
that they have problems in development there.
That would honestly be a bit better, but, you know, right now they rather feed the image of they did nothing wrong than, you know...
I think in the short term, that's probably the
Oh, it is
better-
short term the best idea. Talk about...
Yeah.
No question about that. It just sucks.
Yeah, and I mean, right
Yeah.
now, armor, the Gamma one may be...
That also might be a thing, but like, yeah, like, oh no, it's arch-tempered Raydal, so you mean the monster will finally be as fast as baseline monsters from World. You telling me that? Oh well. Enough shitting on Monster Hunter Wilds. Have done that enough already.
I think Wilds is
Wilds
a solid game. It's a solid game. It's got its issues, like every other game, though.
I wouldn't call it solid, no.
It's not really that
Compared to what Capcom did before, it's probably the worst Monster Hunter game they ever made.
Yeah. I mean, if you still think, wait, it's a good game and I have fun, true. I don't really think they made it fully...
I don't really have much context for the games beyond World, so... But that's my status on Monster Hunter.
I would say the monsters, comparatively, like if you go to low rank, like Engineer, for example, is one of the bigger ones. The animations in Wilds, while more detailed, sure, are slow as fuck. Like the explosive monkey, if you remember that one.
Yeah.
It pulls his arm up, stays there, then tenses up, then basically says, oh yeah, now I'm going down, and then it goes down. It's like so slow.
That monkey is so slow and it's so easy to like look at. And then, but the problem is going from that straight into like the cephalopods.
Yeah, but they don't do damage.
It's so jarring.
They don't do damage. None of them do damage. Like it doesn't even matter if you.
Yeah, it's just, and also like if you actually play some of the old
second
monkey.
one that you face, the one that you face after the dog, that one does damage with the stab attack, and I don't like it. But that may just be a bow user problem.
No, that's just that. I think that's more you.
Maybe I don't like. I get distracted by visuals and the and whenever it lines up for that attack, I just can't see it.
Like for me, obviously, since like for me, yeah, we played a lot. We see all of those attacks coming. I mostly get hit because I don't care anymore because it doesn't do enough damage, and B, I basically get too bored watching the animation that I'm like, I'm just attacking more. It's
like
probably more efficient.
like I have been carted 5 times the whole playthrough. And I know I played a lot of Monster Hunter, but like
that shouldn't not be the case.
yeah, every other Monster Hunter before that got me at least a few more cards.
Yeah. Like, if you never played Monster Hunter, that you will have some problems with monsters.
I'm not.
That's to be expected,
Yeah.
I would say.
But like, didn't I say I want to stop shitting on the game?
We're not shitting on the game right now. We're talking about Zep's experience with the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that this is shitting on the game. This is just kind of like discussing the intricacies of it.
Yeah.
The shitting on the game would look very different.
Yeah, fair point.
If I was doing that.
Yeah. Oh well.
And that's like our biggest problem, and that's also why we say it's like insultingly easy. Because the attacks take so fucking long for every monster. And the monsters don't have that many attacks. True, monsters in earlier versions had more simplistic movesets most of the time and 1 or 2 signature moves. Most of them could just run you down. That's not happening as often anymore.
Yeah,
which is fine.
that's a little that's an awkward part of the game that I find is like I'll get like in the armpit of a monster and they don't do shit to me.
Yeah. Like,
I feel like more monsters should have collision on them, like more so than it. I do think that there is collision, but I mean when I say that I mean more so than it currently exists.
Basically, when, for example, a Rathalos or something similar turned itself in earlier titles, you were kicked on your butt and took a little bit of damage.
yeah. Like,
Then, in intermediate titles, they changed it to not kick you on your butt, but do trash damage. A lot of instances, which could kill you pretty fast. I think the first solution is better there. But especially the missing charge attacks, like this, those are in the end animals with like 10 times your body weight, and you're telling me they're not just charging you sometimes. That would be really effective to do.
Yeah.
yeah, well.
I will say though that while yes, so there is a point that I'm going to make that's going to kind of like put the point that I'm going to make as moot. They're big, so they are big, and their primary interactions are probably with other monsters of similar scale to them. Maybe not the same scale, but similar scale. And especially in wilds, they probably haven't seen hunters in forever for most of these monsters.
I mean, yeah.
So they don't really have so in some ways they probably don't really have charging as a learned behavior. That said, even just like irregardless at their scale, charging is, even against something of similar scale, charging is going to be effective.
Yeah, also, can
mass and gravity is a thing that is the same.
I add one thing?
Yeah.
The monsters in World also never had really any contact with hunters, and they still charged.
Well, so World consistency-wise, I can see how World would basically just forget about that one feature. Well, that one, not feature, but like a aspect of realism, I guess. Even though it's a little skeptical of a realism thing, if you want to be consistent about it, you can.
If you want,
it's a thing that if they were consistent about it, I could accept it more.
Yeah, but look at gorillas, for example. That every animal charges. Even just as to say, like, don't fuck with me.
Yeah.
They don't need contact with humans to do that. That's just like...
Yeah.
a very efficient, very efficient strategy to achieve like fightless outcomes, or if it calls wit.
It's part of the intimidation, the natural order of intimidation.
Yeah, and
Like
just
you want to do that, and you want to maybe give another creature a second thought of, maybe I don't want to involve myself.
And if that doesn't work, then you're already charging, so you have your body weight, and every appendages that can bite, claw, and hit are ready to bite, claw, and hit, and it works.
Yeah. But also,
so as I said, we've kind of mooted my own point.
Yeah.
But that was intentional.
Yeah.
Because there's multiple aspects to all of this, and I like bringing up multiple sides of a conversation.
I mean, here's the thing.
Standardized testing kind of like rigged my brain for that.
Can I say one thing? I do think they probably changed a lot of that because, especially with World, a lot of new players complained that roars and runs and turns were just annoying. And here's the thing. It's the same shit as with, MMOs introducing the dungeon queue. Because, people are like, I didn't want to bother with stuff. Here's the thing, charging, turning, roars, those were all things the original games were designed around that you could play around. Because a roar could stop you in your tracks. But if you spec'd into earplugs, which got actually a lot easier in World, the result was suddenly a lot of
it was good by you for some reason.
What?
The game tells me it was good by you. You could also just
basically what happened is that
with,
can I please?
You could also just equip something with block.
For example, but the thing was, if you actually have earplugs, suddenly roars are just the monster stands there and you can just whack it. So you turned something annoying into a giant opportunity. Or again, you could play any a weapon that has a block function. There are actually a certain dodge thing. There are a lot of ways to play around roars. There are a lot of ways to play around turns. The thing is, all of that was annoying because if you didn't learn or actually interacted with the systems, you basically you got just shit on because you didn't engage with fucking systems. Now they removed that and made the monsters slower because that makes it more accessible to people or something, and they complained about that. Whoops! Now you have a game that is just literally so fucking easy. Aside from stuff like the cats just heal you. I mean,
they did in World as well. But
they just heal you from the start without needing to research a lot, and the cats are so utterly effective, and the cooldowns on their abilities are so low. It's absolutely baffling. And people are like, oh yeah, that just makes it feel easier. No, it is easier. Here's the thing I want to point out, by the way. I do not have
from the noob chiming in from the noob perspective. I do think as a noob bow user, I do think that who gets charged and stricken a little more often than I like to be. I do feel like the cats are probably healing me more often than they probably should.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining about it outright, partly because I do have material benefit from it. But also I do definitely see where you're coming from in that I probably shouldn't have. I've been saved by my Palico a few more times than I probably should have. Even though I rely on the Palico to distract the monster.
By the way, one thing I can tell you that is it's actually a thing that later you can unlock even a lot more stuff that they could do in World. And it's not even you choose a tool. It's just they just plop down.
They get every tool you unlock.
They get every single tool you can unlock. So the Palicos at the end, if you do the side missions, and I shit you not, they heal you more. They'll heal you more often. They put down flash bombs,
and
basically,
vigor wasps.
And vigor wasps. So you have more healing, and and flash abilities, and they put down traps, And when you go down, they can just revive you.
So I will say, the one side of this where I think that maybe I can see a direction that is intended and that's might be good. I feel like maybe there's some intent there to make it so that the Palicos are more geared towards single player, which I know is not
Yeah,
like
I mean,
the core of the the core of the player base, in like the original player base. But I do feel like maybe they're aiming to use them as a method to make single player hunting more accessible.
oh, that is true. But let me put it like this. The thing is, Palicos were basically introduced, and that's a key thing, in older games as a, you can have a buddy on your side that isn't really as good as a full hunter. Now, I have to ask a few questions now because this is just getting very, very interesting for me. First of all, now we actually can have hunters on our side, which just makes you wonder, why don't we just have the raster system from Frontier anymore? Basically, you could make your own hunter that just follows you and craft them weapons, armors, and shit like that, and give them some stuff they could do, which was also interesting because it basically limited what Rasta could do to a few things that also only really players could do. That is the first thing I want to point out. Why can the Palicos do things better than players? That is probably my biggest problem, and also Palicos were exclusively single player in old titles. So I sit there and be like,
see it. So I can accept I can accept the Palicos doing things better than players only if it's something that the player isn't intended to do.
Let me put it like this. If a player wants to heal other players in Monster Hunter, like, run a heal build, the thing they want to do is either stock up on life powder. I don't even know if you can buy that anymore, but it's life powder. Or
I haven't seen.
It's
I
still
haven't
there.
seen life powder in it.
You need to craft it.
Okay,
I think.
fair. The thing is, either they use life powder, which is, limited, but, they can do that, or, this is more important, they spec into wide range, which is a specific armor skill they would, that they would give off other armor skills, and then need to still build around, like, okay, how can you maybe even use that properly?
Well, that's not really how properly
like,
use
if
it.
you-
You use it generally with...
Sword and shield, because you can just take items, and basically wide range made it so that items you take also apply in a range around you to other people. So the basic idea is, you play sword and shield, and you can just take items while you're blocking. So the idea was back then, you play sword and shield, you just use how's it called?
use wide range. And
Use wide range, and then you can just heal your team. That is a lot you have to give up to do healing,
but it's really cool.
but it's really cool
I
and
think
it works.
my friend called it mushroom-mancy, I believe.
No, that's a new thing. It's a new thing.
That's a different skill which
Okay.
allows you to consume some items that have negative side effects without having them.
Yeah, and in the new game, they basically replace stuff. Like, you eat a certain nitro shrooms and you get a demon drug, which is like, okay, that's neat, but also, not worth specking into, because that's the thing again. If you actually want to have
I've seen some stuff where they, build a system where it's, you're only you pass it on in a wide range to your team.
That's wide range.
But also
That's
you're
wide
only
range.
passing on, but also you're passing on only the positive effects of
Yeah, that's...
That's part of it, yeah. But it
Okay.
generally not. It to
Generally
spec.
not part of the traditional build of Mushroom-mancy.
Yeah, there is no traditional build of Mushroom-mancy because
it's a new skill.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think there were earlier, but it's basically useless because it doesn't give you access to more effects. You could use better. You can find better ways to use your skill points there.
Yeah, basically,
Unless there's some new thing with items that makes it a really OP item that you can have. with Mushromancy.
I did see a build for it that looked like it was kind of OP, but I didn't really. Again, this has been it's been like a month since I've seen it, and I mean, I'm not
here's the thing.
in Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, I would say it doesn't really matter a lot of times what you pick because, like as said, the game is
ultimately
so
just pick what you
easy.
find fun and just enjoy the game.
I mean,
what
the
I
game
say.
is very easy. It's just like when people say this is overpowered, it's more like, listen, if the monsters would have done any sort of damage, you would notice how like Mushromancy and stuff is just not viable. And like, okay, you killed me.
I get you.
And basically,
Technically, it was the Super Destroyer that killed you.
and basically, if you look into, okay,
I was
what the
killed-
fuck? Why are you both currently so?
Why?
You shouldn't stand near the lasers.
I was running away from the laser, but
Okay, what basically is that
no, into the shuttle.
yeah, you almost killed me again.
I tried not to.
Oh, wait, there's still samples.
Too late. Too late.
Zap, to
Where?
the right, to the left. There are samples
Yeah, you're running
on the
past.
ground. You passed them. You literally passed them again.
I didn't see him.
Happens. So what did you say?
Okay, what I want to say is the fact that right now a lot of stuff is just very easy, but like it's aside from the tempered monsters, where like the thing is, you basically have the choice between you do some builds where you can just heal with mushrooms and there you have so many you can heal so much, which would be interesting if the game actually had a resource limit, because it doesn't. You can just restock all the time. Second of all, the monsters still don't do a lot of damage, especially if you have like again an endgame armor, because also an interesting thing, endgame armors have like that's a different thing. The endgame armors, like for example, Arcveld and Arcveld and especially Gormagala are the two ones you pick. They just have higher armor values than every other armor in the game. So if you pick those armor sets, you're already you just tank more of the tempered monsters, and you can still increase them. And then you have the choice: do you go for Arcveld, which is basically you pop wounds and you heal, so that's just instantly more survivability than anything wide range Mushromancer can provide ever. Or you go with Gormagala, aka you attack the monster, you get frenzied,
By
you
the
get...
way, this is going to be my last mission.
Okay.
Just
Oh,
want
okay.
to say.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's fine. And basically you
That is
do...
one thing I will say I noticed
Can I just-
a little bit on
can
the sorry. Yeah, you can say your thing and I'll say my thing about armor.
Yeah, it's just like, or you get the frenzy status, which you clear by attacking the monster, and then you get a big affinity boost.
And you can do it faster with the Goromagala armor, and you get a bigger bonus with the Goromagala armor.
And you know what's even stupider? What I realized playing it. So, the fucking Palicos can cleanse your statuses. Meaning you get frenzy virus, they just fly over with a cleansing with a cleansing wasp, cleanse it, and you have instantly the bonus applied. It's again, Palicos should not do the same thing as should just not be better at hunters in terms of cooperative play. What I would say what they should have done is, maybe stick with the older system, like you have multiple Palicos that train into different things they could do, and the armor sets would maybe be the key on what they could provide, like one thing maybe that you actually have to choose. But no, right now you only build the Arcveld armor, and then either the one of the two spider weapons, because they have sleep or paralysis. That's it, because armors provide nothing but higher defense, so you literally just take the one with the highest defense. It is so utterly stupid.
You're talking about Palico armor
The
specifically
Palico
here.
armor, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because you didn't specify.
Sorry, but yeah, I just had to get that out. The Palicos are just such a step backwards, ironically, because they just removed so much from them. I am amazed. Literally amazed.
I would actually enjoy it. So before I get into my armor thing, I would enjoy it if I had multiple Palicos that I could choose to take on certain missions. So I have my one Palico spec'd out towards doing one thing. For example, I don't know. I don't have an example. I'm not
Getting more monster parts.
Yeah, getting more monster parts.
yeah.
I guess. And then one Palico who's very maybe that Palico is specifically good at healing and clearing status effects, but they are not that good at doing something else like distracting and so on. Or maybe, since I'm a bow user, I have a Palico who is a good ass tank who can distract a monster a whole bunch.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
You know,
if I could like switch out between Palicos, and I feel like that would be more interesting of a mechanic.
Yeah.
And then moving on to my before I forget, moving on to my armor thing, which is really quick. I feel like in Wilds, the armor sets feel like they've felt like, so I haven't played through the whole game, but I feel like it's building up to a singular set, maybe two sets that are the Supreme set, as you said. That's the vibe that I've gotten, and it's kind of given me not quite FOMO, but it's made it feel less valuable to consider the lower value, like the lower ranking sets.
Yeah, I get
It
you.
doesn't feel as good to craft them.
With
Yeah.
the
It doesn't feel as good to engage in the mechanics of the game.
with the separation from low and high rank, that's sadly a given. Like low rank armor.
No. So
But-
I'll accept that there's a certain level of
Difference.
that like there's a certain level of separation between low and high rank.
Yeah.
I'll accept that, but the fact that it feels like they're converging on a singularity is a problem to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem necessarily with it if it's like the final boss, you know, like the hardest thing to slay in the game. That should give you probably mostly the best armor.
And I can kind of accept it because I can also kind of accept it because this game feels like it's more of a narrative one where they are gearing up toward, like lining up towards a final boss.
But the final boss is
as
also
you
not
might say.
in the game, so
That is a problem
Yeah.
for that. Yes.
Also to
A
your
problem that I was unaware of, but yeah.
to your Pelican thing, that's literally what older games did.
yeah. It's kind of hilarious that, you know, that's the case. Like, they did that once. Just, okay.
Back then, you also didn't have that many resources, and they were literally like, hey, how about you have a whole farm where you can recruit countless Pelicos, and you can send them on mining missions and adventure missions and stuff, and then they give you stuff. Was really nice.
Yeah. It's, again,
I feel like that's maybe reaching some labor. I feel like that's touching on some labor law issues. Maybe.
I mean, it's like, let me just put it like this. I keep saying, in terms of outgame features, the series has went down from Portable Threat because Portable Threat had the best farm, period. You had Pelicos on them that you could separately train, send on missions, and, you know, equip with. Like, the whole Pelico training thing was there. And then the Gathering Hall, the Guild Hall you had, also had an upgrade system because you could do optional missions to get because it was a bathing house, you know, to get better drinks and different bathing water upgrades. So this was actually the thing you did to have. This was the thing you did to get basically the equivalent of better food in the game. You had literal side missions that, you know, actually visually altered your guild hall. Do not ask me why this was removed. I still sit here being like, this is stupid that they removed that. It was just a great system. And I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
To make an open world, to make it a truly immersive open world.
I mean, they already did it with 4. So, and I mean, okay, 3 Ultimate already didn't have that. It's just, I just sit there being like, listen. And people are like, don't be so hard on it. It's the first game, you know, it's the base game. And just sit there being like, you know why I'm hard on it? Because they did better. they did better in base games for the end game. They did better in expansions for the end game. And I think after 2 decades of the series, they should have learned how to make a good, end game and gathering hub system. But apparently they don't, and I can keep pointing to better systems. There is no excuse for their current slot machine approach, other than
I have an
it's cheap.
excuse.
It's cheaper to
I have a
make.
potential excuse. Are these the same devs?
Yeah,
Like the literal people working for the company? Are they
Yeah.
the same people who
Yeah.
developed this stuff
Yeah.
in the past?
yeah,
They
I mean,
are, or are you
They
saying
are.
that I'm correct?
they are.
Okay.
So like the designer for World was the same designer that actually did Portable Third.
New mag.
What I feel like is though that, especially with 4 and such, the series director got more and more influence, and like the fucking guy said people bought Wilds because of the story.
I can see that line of thought, but also
I mean, the
I
most
much prefer the gameplay to the story of Wilds.
I mean,
Like, let's be real. How many people buy a game saying, I buy it because of the story?
like the thing is, if it's not a narrative game and people know about that, they usually don't buy things because of the story. They buy it because people tell them about the gameplay. And I know that because if you actually look into basically every single review that is from a bigger, from bigger sources or online, what do people complain about the most? Oh yeah, right, the story. Because people actually, for the first days, they couldn't really do anything else because they were all forced through the story, and people really didn't like doing that. Shocker, I know.
I mean, I skip through half of the story conversations. I mean, I don't skip through it all, but like I can read
Yeah.
I can read what's going on and be like, oh yeah, I know what they're gonna say.
It's
And-
It's
really
very
not.
predictable, yes.
Not to mention that they just literally squander some possible things. I would actually love to get into, but like it would be semi-spoilers. It's just,
Oh, I died.
oh yeah, oh what?
Yep, I'm on it.
And so I don't know if you would be okay with that or not.
I don't care about the story that much.
Okay,
right now.
So basically one thing I got kind of pointed towards, and I really can't unsee it, is the fact that, so from someone else, like, I was just mainly really pissed that Zoshia, the quote-unquote final boss and supposed equal dragon weapon, was just a fucking joke. Like, that's a thing we were promised for, 2 decades, and it's a joke. Like, I'm sorry. I was just pissed on a personal level, because like, oh yeah, that's the thing I was waiting for since the first game, yeah, sure. I really like that, And then, people keep like, oh, but it's that old concept, like, yeah, but it's... You see what I mean? I already get angry again, because it's just a bad execution of the cool concept. Anyway, the thing is, at that point, the thing is, it gets revealed, okay, that old civilization basically made the big energy machine, which allowed them to do everything. Shape the environment, control everything, create life, the whole shebang.
No, the typical thing.
The
for-
typical thing, yes.
Sentry.
Basically, but as it turns out, one of the big bad monster, the big bad Elder Dragon they tried to design attached itself to the machine that created that energy source and kind of start sucking it dry, and then they're standing in front of dilemma. Are we going to shut the thing down and just, I mean, that's a big dilemma. You need to keep in mind, this thing was the reason why the whole civilizations are able to live there. That's the main thing that keeps the whole thing together, like that allowed them to live in prosperity. And so you're suddenly standing in front of the decision, hey, you maybe have to actually take some backseats, adapt to your environment, do something different, It almost is a, you could even say it might be an analogy for climate change, you have to maybe just how's it called again? Just take a hit to your comfort, to all your comfort technology, and maybe live a bit of a rougher life, just so it's you can save it's something from a worse fate. And that's interesting, right? That's interesting. It's an interesting moral dilemma. You suddenly sit there and be like, okay, actually, yeah, what if they actually have to shut down the thing that literally gave them the prosperity?
But God
and
forbid
then
you
they
have
just
narrative choices in a Monster Hunter game.
Yeah, and then they just then the solution is they just kill the monster. Every moral choice they could have had in that moment, just down the drain. Wow.
Like, why choose something else when you could hunt monster in the game called Monster Hunter?
I know the game is
I get that. I get that logic. I get it.
But also,
you're creating a narrative game. Don't lie to me, devs. You are creating a narrative game. You have put so much effort into this stupid-ass story. At least double down on it.
Yeah, at least do something. And you know what's even more insulting? The kid that does the decision is stupid as shit. Because
I hate that kid. I hate him so much.
Yeah,
Can I hunt the kid? Can I hunt the kid, please?
Sadly, no. You know what the worst part is?
I'll wear his skin. I'll wear his skin as armor.
I'll
do that if it means I can hunt him.
You know what the worst part is? Even though I was almost like, okay, maybe they fix it. No, because the game was rushed, the later parts of the story are rushed as well. So he basically ping-pongs between probably some ideas they had for the story.
Yeah.
They just threw together because they had them done.
Well, this is the thing that I was talking about last time I was on, was the whole, like, oh, you probably have multiple writers that are not friendly with each other anymore, and probably competing for the narrative.
Yeah.
I think they just speedrunned it because we have like confused Nutter, overly acceptable Nutter, overly vindictive Nutter.
It doesn't even fit into the whole like kid narrative that well.
Yeah.
Like
It's just
you can
as-
write a kid properly and
It's just
not have
the-
something so disjointed.
It's just a very obvious character arc for a basic story. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also here's the thing: people are now like, look, they have more glasses options for Alma, and you and didn't do the thing that you can remove her glasses. We're just like, I know that's not bad, but can we talk about the fact that all of her glasses are modern glasses that should not work in the technology of the setting? Which makes it even worse, considering that again, that story has such heavy colonialist undertones. And I'm still amazed that no leftist is like, maybe we should point that out, that, you
You do.
I do it, but I'm like the only one. Everyone else is just like, I like the story. It was like, how? You're fucking
I
leftists.
think people are too distracted by Alma Hot or whatever.
It's just like,
Yeah.
I like the Smith more, but I don't remember her name very well.
yeah, Gemma.
I'm sorry.
Gemma.
Yeah.
The Smith and Rice was better because she actually had a Smithy outfit. Sorry. Also, she was red-haired.
No, you don't have to be sorry. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's just those things that accumulate when people are like, no, it's just fine. I just enjoyed the story. Like, the story was non-existent, and also again, you all go on and on about how some devs just some people just don't write just write racist or colonial stuff into things, and then when Capcom just literally has a game where it's like, oh yeah, can we make an outpost in front of your village of very secluded people, and they're like, yeah, sure, and then boom, literally there's just more people in that outpost than in the fucking village, and I just sit there being like, okay, no one wants to mention that, no one wants to talk about that. That's no problem.
I will say to actually even add more. Oh, sorry. To add more onto your point, that concept gives so much American colonist vibes.
Yeah. And also again,
Just saying. as someone who is like only semi on the side of the colonialization aspect of the game, which
It's probably
I'm
not
not against it, but I'm not like saying, you know what, it's true. Forget that. It's not the point. The point is that like
like,
it's kind of stupid.
yeah, like, here's the thing. I totally know that they probably didn't intend it to, but it's just like, first of all, yeah, everyone looks like scene girls, which is like, again, keep in mind the technology level is more Neolithic, like to medieval in the series. Okay, weird that they just suddenly have modern glasses, and then on top of that, this is probably the game where the main group is the whitest it ever has been.
You know,
Just-
so I can see maybe an explanation for the glass. Let me try and run this past you. There was an ancient civilization. They were fairly advanced. Maybe they created modern-esque glasses.
Yeah, but
And
also
maybe the core need of vision correction led the technology to stay around when other technologies that are maybe not
yeah, but like
as
Zep,
core human experience things died out.
Zep,
Maybe
they had glasses in
I
the series
feel like
before. They had glasses
feel
in the
like
series before, but they were older technology glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's forget what was in the series before. You can technically retcon those things.
Not
I mean,
really,
from
no.
Not
from
fully.
a lore narrative perspective,
But even then, she should have found.
Zep,
there is a sense of getting away with it.
Zep,
If
we
they
had
want to
games.
explain it.
We had games in the metropolitan areas of this world. If there aren't those glasses, they're nowhere.
I know.
I mean, they technically could retcon it like in a remote village.
Yes.
The ancient art of glassmaking was preserved. They could do that. Yes, I know.
That would so. When I say retcon, I don't mean the gentle kind, like what you're describing. I mean like the kind that would attempt
Yeah.
to excuse this kind of change.
Yeah, but like.
I am trying to create. I'm trying to talk about to like give content here, and like and say how
Yeah.
can we make an excuse for this?
I mean,
That is my perspective right here. Is how do we make an excuse for this?
I
I'm
totally.
not trying to forgive any changes.
Yeah, like I totally get it. It's like I'm not gung ho on like it's just kind of like I think especially as someone who played all the old games, it's like I think one thing I kind of hate the most about it is that the old games, especially older ones, and still Rise and such, had a feeling of, the world had different cultural regions. Like the East was definitely more Japanese. Like they said that,
Yeah.
and a lot of times it was a very coherent, very low tech fantasy setting, which made it very, very unique. But this also was at the expense of, the characters were just a bit more unique or had like actually old clothing. There was a certain effort at keeping that world consistent, and Wilds, I think, feels just they didn't go for consistency in the world. They literally just gave modern clothing the aesthetic.
Yeah.
So there are more, you can make easier cosplays, they're easier to draw, they're just more appealing to more. I hate that. Because it's like, when people are like, is Series X sold out, and then usually it's a weird bitching, and like, I get that. And like, I don't think I can say, oh, Monster Hunter is mainstream since World. It was actually always mainstream. Like, you don't have a series that consistently sells like nearly 10 million units per generation, and to say like, oh, it's still a niche game. Like, no, it's just a niche game because people look down on handheld releases. The thing
I will
is,
say for the cosplay thing. I will say for the cosplay thing, as someone who, one of my coworkers, I've talked to them about this because they cosplay. One of my previous coworkers, not current. They sometimes say, "Hey, yeah, can I?" They say like, "Hey, can this game series that I like sometimes throw me a bone and just give me not a simple cosplay, but something that's not like something that's a little bit less effort that I had that they
Yeah.
have to put into making it, because sometimes the cosplays can get really, really difficult to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a personal thing, because like I would say some of them, especially the Japanese ones, are easier. Like if you look at Rise, the Shrine Maidens, they're wearing kimonos. It's still some work,
Yeah.
but they're kimonos. Also, they are hot. I will not say anything against it. They're also hot because they're still fucking lore and tech level accurate. Anyway, the thing is just what I really dislike about it is that whilst it's the first time the series felt generic. Like, they still have the whole, oh, here's, the Leviathans and some bones as, bones to give structure. They still have that. But the thing is, every single village was usually a very interesting combination aesthetically of certain regions of the world with its own spin. So, it felt diverse. You had a very, old Japanese town deep in the mountains. You had a more Neolithic, I think even Hokkaido inspired town. Pocket Village might be more to that, with a bit of Nordic stuff in there. That was cool. I knew with a bit of Nordic stuff that was that.
There's a bit. I do kind of get a little specific when it comes to
thank you. I forgot the name of the Ainu. So there are like that, but generally you have a lot of very low tech fishing villages where in older titles
I think they're more like Indonesian there.
Yeah, even Generations was an interesting idea of like it's basically Inca, like they had like Incan stone huts, like the very the thin stone slabs they stacked up to huts, but also they had alpacas and cheese, because they just threw a bit of Swiss people in there, and you're like, that's neat. You came into a region, you're like, you can't recognize things, and it felt like a region of a world. And even the I would say when the commission in World had still this idea of this is a thing that didn't exist before. And I could actually forgive some stuff. Like, for example, people were like, oh, the weapons are not as unique, but they literally explained that in lore, ironically, because when the commission came together, you need to keep in mind that they had to just make new weapons, and also this was like the first time a very concentrated team of smiths was working together. Before that, they explained that every weapon set in the games looked a little bit different, because smithing was a thing that was passed down from master to student, always. So every region had their own basic history and mentality in forging armor. This is why armor sets looked similar but had different stuff. Like, for example, Rathalos the Rathalos armor is one thing you find in every region, because Rathalos are fucking cockroaches. They just live everywhere. And the thing is, someone with an Eastern tradition forges is slightly different than one with a Central Continent tradition. That was neat. That was like, oh yeah, they kind of had some explanations for they just redesigned the armor and thought this one looked cooler. And, that just gave a flavor to the world. Wilds feels like the first title where they didn't give a shit about that. And that is what really, really irks me. Because, yeah, some of the armor sets are just the old armor sets. Okay. But also, like, why is Gamma just making new armor sets? In World 8, these were like, we need to figure out how to use something of that. And it was often a lot more crude and a lot more experimental. And that made sense, because, they were, like, in uncharted territory. But nope. Why is it just like, they can just do that? Also, they just have names for all the monsters. They literally just get the name once from a local.
Yeah, I think we mentioned this. I think we mentioned this last time. Just like the inconsistencies with naming the monsters in Wilds. Anyways, I think I'm gonna turn in for the night.
Yeah, fair point. I will probably also just stop here.
I've been traveling since I want to say 6 a.m.
Ui.
Yeah, I hope the boat trip was nice though.
It was very fun. I was on the water for most of the time, which was fun. And I was in I was doing a Tropico IRL, sort of.
I mean, you didn't start a junta.
I was on a family trip in the Bahamas. It was fun and really nice. It was good to get away from everything. Although seeing the shit show that I've come back to has been fascinating. Anyways, yeah. I will talk to y'all later, I guess.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks everyone who stayed here, by the way, through all the ranting and diving and just... sorry that Vicky 3 didn't manifest. I hope next time, and I hope probably that we can play a bit more then. Yeah. And we'll see if we do something until 1.9 drops or not. And yeah, otherwise, stay healthy, stay safe. We will finish up Castlevania Area of Sorrow on Sunday.
Hopefully.
Maybe some unplanned Borderlands in the meantime. Who knows?
I told you already.
I know. Anyway, have a good night, everyone, and see you then. Bye.
Right.